Hello, hi. Well, it's crack-a-lackin'. Cursed Bison, you're actually second. Bacon was first. Bacon, am I a fucking joke to you? Am I a fucking joke to you? Okay. So we got a decent amount to talk about this chapter. I wrote a lot on Twitter, like when I was trying to analyze the chapter. I feel like I realized a few. Bacon doesn't count. Yes, he does, because he's late sometimes. Bacon is late sometimes, so of course he counts. Sometimes he'll just show up late. So yes, he does count. Speaking of which, that does remind me, I'm going to add this to the list. We got to somehow make what you wrote there, Bacon, like an automated message or something. Automated rules? Automated rules. The mod on Twitch and YouTube. I'm making like a small list that I'll occasionally turn back to double check, just because like I think it's good to have a list, because we talk about a lot of things and I end up ultimately just forgetting them. So I think it's best if I just keep a list around, so that way I can like keep track of this stuff and like remember, okay, this is something I need to do, this is something I need to do. So okay, we have a few places to start. I think starting with Mute's analysis is probably the best point, because he had some really good stuff. He had some pretty solid stuff that I didn't even notice. And some stuff we just never noticed, like while we were going through it, because of the translation. So there's some translation issues that are present here that I think it's best that we talk about. So we could start here. This is kind of the meat of the stuff. We could start like on Reddit. So I'm not really sure. The reason I'm like debating not starting immediately with Mute stuff is just because people aren't here yet. But maybe I should just start with it or just ease into it. I don't know. So okay, we're gonna. Why is the pacing like this? Well, like, it's just how you understand pacing. I'm almost tempted to look at this. Let's look at this really quick. I know it's popular to bash the series, but I feel like the plot itself isn't that bad. It's just the pacing ruins it. It doesn't, though. It's the weekly schedule. Yeah, see? It's the weekly schedule. When you binge it, it's actually smooth as fuck. I think people like seem to not know that a lot. So people bash on this series for a few different reasons. Like for instance, I already saw some people on Twitter already like reacting again. Oh look, Kazuya got his haircut. How convenient now that the sex thing is happening, even though that's like literally already happened before with Ruka. That's like nothing fucking new if you read this manga for like 2 goddamn seconds. So that's not new. Literally the entire thing that oh, the manga is trash. How could you present something like this? I'm even seeing it a little bit with like Blue Box, where it's like, okay, I'm seeing like Hina in Blue Box mess up. And I'm like, yeah, I know why it's messed up. And the author like kind of foreshadows it for you when you're reading the manga. It's like, yeah, she clearly had like a parent who was bad at like doing the stuff like of being a good parent, and he apologizes, and you can feel almost like the influence of that parent on her in some ways. Like she kind of mirrors her dad, and she's making this mistake similar to how her dad was like pursuing his passion and he wasn't being a good parent, just as she's literally making a mistake too. And then I don't know, I thought that was handled well. Like I think people are like hating on Hina's character a little too hard, considering she's a goddamn high schooler. Like, oh, her character's forever ruined. I'm like, bro, she's a fucking high schooler. She's messing up, yeah, but it's because she's young and she hasn't like had time away from Taki. Like she's been around him the whole time. Of course she's not gonna fucking get over him. But it's also like a denial, a coping mechanism. That's the other thing too that's going on. So like I don't know. I think what the author's writing with her is genuinely interesting. Her character's not fucking ruined for me. In that same way, like I'm seeing people like oh yeah, so there's like people on Twitter who think this is Chizuru. There's a lot of people on Twitter who are getting like a fuck ton of likes who are like, oh, this is Chizuru. And I'm like, what? You've like never read this manga, have you? Right? And it's just so much reaction and not knowing what the fuck is going on. I know I went on like a separate tangent, but like I just wanted to highlight like this point that like people see things how they want to see them. And this is pretty much why things like AI are becoming so popular and like why everybody's seemingly using AI. It's because AI just literally gives you exactly what you want, even if you're wrong. And people don't seem to kind of understand that. P.S. Kazuya's inner thoughts aren't filler because it helps understand who Kazuya is. He gets nuance. No, and that's the thing too. People don't realize this about Kazuya's inner monologues. These inner monologues actually contextualize scenes for you, but you don't realize they're doing this. You literally don't realize the scenes are actually like there's a lot of contextual stuff that's happening with the dialogue. For instance, one of the ways Reiji uses the dialogue in a recent chapter. Let's go to that real quick. Not this one. The chapter with Mami, chapter 400. Reiji has Kazuya have normal inner monologues at first, but they kind of hint at a lot, and it changes throughout the chapter. I did like a deep analysis about the one with Mami, so I can just read that. Like you guys have seen this already, but like for people who are like new to the channel, who have probably never seen this before, let me point it out to you, and I can read like something I wrote on Twitter, just like really quick. I won't linger too long. For instance, Kazuya runs into Mami here. And he has this inner monologue. The first inner monologue he has is, oh, I remember this thing with Mami that was happening before. I probably shouldn't mention it. This is important because due to not mentioning it, Kazuya creates the very scenario he is in. Okay? And then Kazuya starts talking about like certain things here. Oh, Mami is taking her driving tests and she's going to the driving school. He says, why is she acting like this? She's definitely acting strange. Has he considered he's acting strange? Do you see how the dialogue can contextualize the scene? Okay, let's get into it more. She's just here for her license. Well, it'd be pretty useful for job hunting. If you need that, it'd be better to get when you have time. Except if you actually look at Mami's character, she doesn't look like she's dressed for job hunting at all. Her hair is still blonde. It doesn't look like she's doing this for any sort of job hunting. We don't even know the reason for this. Rather, Kazuya is saying his own reasoning. And this actually plays into the theme of AI and how Kazuya is literally saying back exactly what he's thinking. Instead of what Mami's thinking, because he's not actually talking to her, right? He's making an assumption. We're both living in the city. I guess it's bound to happen, right? And we're both third years. It's to bump into each other, right? It doesn't seem like it just seems like, oh, this is normal. It's totally normal we bump into this. Except he asks her, and she's also here on her first day. So suddenly this feels more like fate than it does, oh, just a shit dumb coincidence, right? Reiji plays into this more. Mami leaves, and then Kazuya is confused and not knowing going on. They go into classroom 3, they're third years, and you start seeing signs as Kazuya is unable to read the signs. The teacher for them says, you may keep the vehicle assignment card that was handed out, but the training record cannot be taken outside of the premises. Please be sure to return that to the designated case. This is interesting. Why? It actually mirrors Mami's character. That outside of this school, they can't actually have a relationship. That's not actually a thing that's happening. Hence why the chapter is called The Girlfriend in the School Bag, right? But then that plays into your mindset too. Wait, Mami isn't his girlfriend. Mami is his ex-girlfriend. So your entire perception of this chapter is already flawed and you don't know what's going on and you're already getting things that don't align. Then you keep going. Kazuya is confused about what's going on with Mami, and then these guys comment on her. Suddenly, when these guys comment on her, you see this shadowy effect again with Kazuya, and then he starts commenting on her. But his comments are interesting. Why? This is a sight to behold. She's like a princess standing out in the dreary driving school atmosphere. It's like looking through a castle window in the otherwise male-ridden classroom. You see a window literally behind her, but when Kazuya speaks like this, Mami is in shadows. This is ironic too, because Mami is literally a princess from a rich household who is literally looking out a window and dreaming of freedom. And yet Kazuya's words in talking about her like a princess, like she's outside the window, like she's some sort of dream, actually mischaracterize her. So you're actually literally seeing how Kazuya is the one dreaming of a future outside the window. And then what do you see right after? Kazuya looks at a TV screen and literally starts dreaming of a princess on the other side of the window. right? He's literally dreaming of his own freedom as he is trapped. Contrast to Damami, who is literally trapped. Do you see how even the dialogue, which feels like a waste of space, actually serves a purpose in telling you and actually explaining things that are happening in the story? Every single piece of dialogue you're given actually serves a purpose. It just looks like it doesn't. It's not just nuance into Kazuya's mindset. Rather, it's actually contextualizing the story. It's actually telling you things that are happening, and you just have to be able to dig a little deeper to understand what the fuck Reiji's cooking. And I think few people can recognize that stuff. And of course I can delve into like all the other stuff and highlight all these things to you. Like there's a lot more in this chapter, but I wanted to keep it simple and straightforward. I didn't even read the thing I wrote, right? Like I just kept it to a minimum just to highlight my point. Right, so let's see here. I always thought it was weird to complain about too many chapters. I like the manga, more is better, lol. Another. Money, the reason is money, whatever. Like, I'm sorry, if you've seen any of Reiji's interviews on how he talks about writing manga and you still think this is for money, you're kind of a dum-dum. No, it's because Reiji wants to keep writing manga, and he enjoys writing manga, and he wants to keep talking about this story and doing more with it, not just because money. That's a very cynical view that's completely missing the point. And this is something we can delve into another time. It feels like I do need to cut out that clip where I talk about Reiji self-inserting into the manga and like actually make that into a video, because it seems like people are like doubling down on this or like tripling down on this and like not seeing what the fuck is going on with that chapter. So I'll just be like, hey, like watch this video and then go watch my like analysis of that actual chapter, because you're dead fucking wrong. Like literally, I think that's what I'll call the hate video. You're wrong about Rent a Girlfriend. Right, I think that's what the hate video should just maybe be called. You're wrong about Rent a Girlfriend or something like that. Anywho, let's get into the actual good stuff. It doesn't seem like we're gonna get too many other people today, so I guess I can just start with Mute, and I think that will be a good starting point. I think Mute would be a great starting point. So let's just get into it. Like I said, Mute had some interesting stuff to say regarding this chapter. Like there's stuff I didn't even notice. I'm like, wow, he kind of did some good fucking analysis. So like whereas I focused on like the parallels to the past, and I actually found even more things thanks to Mute. Mute actually noticed like things in the chapter itself, whether it be through the Japanese dialogue or like certain things that like we might have missed. So let's get into it. This is analysis for satisfaction level 402. The theme this time is Ruka's resolve and Kazuya's attitude. It seems that various considerations were at play in having Ruka wear a swimsuit instead of underwear. Last time I wrote that Ruka's house appeared for the first time, but it was already depicted in chapter 28. My apologies. I told him this. Peace. I'm the one who told him this. Hell yeah, brother. Kazuya is not Reiji. He doesn't even have the same hairstyle. Kazuya is Reiji, but that's the thing. Every single character is Reiji. They're all different aspects of him. And Reiji has said in interviews from the very beginning of the series that like the point of Kazuya's character is that Reiji it says, okay, look, Kazuya is a fuck up. He messes up. He sucks. And he's like, okay, that's also a part of me. I do that too, right? But Kazuya is not, that doesn't mean Kazuya is completely irredeemable and incapable of love. And that's kind of a huge part of this story. So much of this story is literally about like, hey, Kazuya can grow, Kazuya can change, and he can have love, and everybody is worthy of love. So he's essentially saying he's contrasting real connections versus the diluted nature of our relationships through the internet. And so Kazuya is Reiji. He was Reiji kind of from the start, but he's not like literally Reiji. He's an aspect of Reiji. He's like, okay, Kazuya is me, but so is Chizuru, another part of me. So is Sumi, another part of me. So here, he says Kazuya is like a genuine bum. He's like the part of me that finds purpose through other people. Right. He finds purpose through other people. He says Mizuhara is the part of me that's very stoic and works hard at everything that I do. But when things get really rough, I tend to indulge. I tend to self-indulge. When I hit my limit, specifically for Mizuhara. He says for Chizuru, it's like she's the part of me that when I hit a limit, like I work hard, I say what's right, I gotta do what's fucking right, like I gotta stick to my guns. But when I hit my limit, I self-indulge. For for Mommy, he says she's the part of me that uses my past trauma as an excuse for my envy. He says Ruka is the part of me that uses what is it? Ruka is the part of me that uses the fact that I lack something to get that something from someone else. What was it? Sumi is the part of me that uses my personality as an excuse to not do the things that I want to do, even though I know I can do it. And that's why, like, Sumi is often, like, presented as the greatest thing since fucking sliced bread. But Sumi, like, if you pay attention to her, she doesn't have any deep trauma. There's nothing fucking wrong with her. She's perfectly fine. And yes, she does have social anxiety, and that's completely understandable. But at a certain point, she starts actually kind of using that as an excuse and literally gets called out for it, right? It's because Sumi, like, kind of pretends like she's trying, but she's not actually fully trying. And this makes her a little different from someone like Komi-san, where with Komi-san, it's like okay, there are similarities. They are both trying, but I feel like Sumi has more of a tendency to use her personality as an excuse to not, like, actually do shit. And you see that a lot in, like, the Sumi manga, where that's something she definitely does. And then I think Kibe is the last one he talked about, where Kibe is, like, the part of him that tries to cope with the shit that he's dealing with by just saying that's how reality is. But yeah, nobody seems to want to, like, engage with that. It's like, no, every character in the story is him, but Kazuya is, like, the part of him that he wants to use. He also said Kazuya is inspired by his brother in a sense, because his brother, so Reiji has a brother. The reason Reiji is able to write manga is because his brother took over the family farm. And so Kazuya is inspired by his brother, who had to take over the family farm, which is why Kazuya is taking over the family store. And that's something Reiji is kind of exploring with Kazuya's character, and, like, what it's like to be an only child and have that, like, forced on you, that, like, you don't have a choice. This is your future, right? This is an aspect of Kazuya's character that Reiji wants to explore. And so Kazuya changing his hair isn't Kazuya literally becoming Reiji. It's literally just a part of Reiji. And Reiji's always, like, joked about how Kazuya is him and how Kazuya is his favorite character. So to be like, oh yeah, Reiji is self-inserting is just the fuck. Yeah, Reiji grew up on a farm. Reiji grew up on a family farm in Nagano Prefecture, in Nakano City. So let's see. The target paper had been peeled off. So he's referring to. Let's go to the chapter. I guess we can have, like, the chapter to the side and then mute right here. If it'll work. Okay, so wow, this is going slow. Well, that's the thing. We don't know what Kazuya wants. And this is something Reiji is definitely exploring with the story right now. Kazuya doesn't even know what the fuck he wants. And what Reiji's saying right now is, like, okay, there's a lot of people who are, like, shaped by their environment, and everyone kind of wants to ignore that. And, you know, maybe Kazuya could still take over the store, and there's no issue with that. Heck, if anything, the store is like a double-edged sword. On one hand, Kazuya has something he can kind of just fall back on, right? He just has that. He can always just fall back on it. On the other, it's kind of like something that he almost doesn't want to do because it makes him not worthy. But does that mean Kazuya doesn't actually want the store, or is it just because he's not worthy? Do you see the issue? There's so many layers to Kazuya taking over the store. It's really not simple whatsoever. There's so many layers to it. And I think Reiji's definitely trying to explore that. I think ultimately Kazuya might end up taking over the store, right? But also maybe doing what he wants, right? You can both do what you want and take over the store. And he shouldn't, like, look down on being a store worker because Chizuru has already told him that in the past. Like, that's not something to look down on just because Chizuru wants to be an actress. And that doesn't mean, like, Chizuru also doesn't, like, necessarily want to be big. Like, that's a misunderstanding people want to have. Like, Chizuru doesn't necessarily want to be a big actress. She just wants to act. There's a difference between being a big actress and just wanting to act. She just enjoys acting. there's a difference. Like she could just keep acting, and that doesn't mean she's gonna be a big fucking actress, right? There's a difference to that. So, anyways, he's saying here the target paper is peeled off, right? Tape marks. He says, as for the rent, a 1K in Kosagacho near Emma Ward with a unit bath for 380,000 yen is impossible. So Kazuya says he got this place for 380,000 yen, and that would be in US dollars around $240. He says that's fucking impossible. When I checked the market rates, excluding common utility fees and management fees, it was 70,000 to 85,000 yen. Apparently, if there were property for 380,000 yen, it would be over 40 years old, more than 20-minute walk from the station, no bath, shared toilet, and an accident property, or one with some other issues. Why is this interesting? Kazuya says, I was lucky to find it. This is actually about Kazuya's luck. Mute makes a fantastic point because this should theoretically be completely impossible. And in many ways, it is. And I think that's the whole point. Kazuya's gotten lucky because Kazuya has a lucky number, right? Kazuya is literally a lucky, privileged character, right? He has friends. He has girls who like him. He literally can fall back on the family store whenever. If anything happens, he can always go back home, and he has family to take care of him. Chizuru has none of this, right? Chizuru's got none of this. In fact, Kazuya in many ways parallels Mami for that exact reason. She's extremely fucking privileged, and she lets that privilege control her, right? That's the thing. Mami is a fantastic question of, when is a victim's actions no longer justified, right? Like, yes, you're a victim, but when are those actions no longer justified? When is that no longer fucking okay and you're crossing lines? And that's pretty much Mami's character. Because to me, what makes Mami so fascinating as a character is that she's a victim of her family. Don't get that wrong. But she still is in part present in this. Like she takes part in this by using what the family gives her, right? She could break free, but she knows it's harder. She knows it's much harder to break free. So she doesn't. She comfortably lets herself stay in this environment. Why? Because the family pays for everything. She gets to do stuff. She gets to go buy things. She doesn't have to work. Do you see how Mami's actually quite privileged, despite the fact that she's a victim of her family? Because she uses what her family gives her. And that parallels Kazuya, who's also quite privileged, right? In contrast, Ruka more so parallels Kazuya's selfishness, and rather Kazuya's inability to give up things and want things, because she does the same thing as him, right? I said this in the earlier stream. Just as Kazuya doesn't say at the very beginning of the series want to give up on Mami, right? He's a romantic, he's a dreamer. Ruka doesn't want to give up on him. Or later at the story, Kazuya doesn't want to give up on Chizuru. Ruka doesn't want to give up on him. Right, so she kind of mirrors his immaturity in a sense, right? Ruka mirrors his immaturity in a sense, and she keeps trying to do this thing that may hurt her in the end, right? But she has to learn somehow, and he has to live through that in some way. In contrast, Minnie is the flip of Ruka, right? And Sumi is also like the flip of Chizuru in some ways. Like there's so many, all the characters like work off of each other and reflect different aspects of each other, just like every single character in the story is a different aspect of Reiji. That's what makes it so interesting. So the point I was trying to make at is Kazuya is quite fucking privileged, and he's also quite lucky. And that's exactly the point of why Kazuya here is like getting this thing that's theoretically completely impossible, right? Literally like Ruka herself, right? Literally like his relationship with Chizuru, which he deems impossible, right? He's getting these things and they're lasting, right? But he doesn't see that, but he doesn't see his own privilege, right? Look at how Kazuya is sitting around. He's sitting around, lazing around. Yep, I got this thing. That sure is nice, right? He doesn't realize his own privilege. And he's literally looking at Ruka and he's acting like this for a specific reason, but it's a double meaning. On one hand, the reason Kazuya is sitting like this, the reason Kazuya is like lazing around like this and just kind of looking at Ruka is one, he doesn't want to engage with her, right? Kazuya would probably try to engage some more, but at the same time, it also highlights his privilege, right? That he would lazy around and take some of this stuff for granted, right? And so there's a double meaning to this, right? There's a double meaning to Kazuya here, and it specifically highlights his privilege while he talks about getting something that's really fucking nice for super cheap because he got goddamn lucky, right? In contrast, what does Ruka say? I'm so jealous, I want to live on my own too, right? She wants to do something that that Kazuya has. She's envious of something Kazuya has. I want to do that. I want to live on my own too. This mirrors the end of the chapter where she wants to have sex like everyone else, right? She wants to experience this thing that other people are experiencing. She wants to do this thing on her own. Why? Because Ruka's whole thing is literally this element of like, I don't fit in. I can't do things on my own, right? So literally she's trying to take charge of her own life, and this is Ruka about to seemingly graduate. So that kind of connects with that element of envy and the thing that I lack, and then someone else has that I want, right? So she kind of in some ways mirrors Minnie in that way. She kind of gets to live this thing through Kazuya, just like Minnie gets to live Kazuya's romantic life with Chizuru through him and Chizuru when she's living with them. Right? Minnie literally is in between them, just like Ruka is. These two characters are literally opposites of each other. That's what makes them so fascinating. Anyways, we talked about Kazuya's privilege. Let's go to the next page. Next 2 pages. So, why is it loading so slowly? So let's see. Kazuya is lying on the bed reading a manga. This is more to show Ruka that he's not interested in her, rather than indicating a relationship where he doesn't hold back with her. But rather, Ruka seemingly unperturbed compliments Kazuya's hairstyle, right? So Ruka doesn't seem to mind. She's happy looking at him, right? I think this is fascinating. We saw this too in chapter 348, right? Or 347. So let me pull that up. In 347, it's literally Ruka just happy being able to look at him. The hairstyle isn't so much like the actual focus here. Rather, it's just Ruka happy to look at Kazuya himself. And I think that highlights kind of the issue in their relationship, whereas Ruka is more so just an observer of Kazuya. She's content looking at him, and it's cute, right? On first hand, it's cute. She loves just watching the guy she likes. But at the same time, she's also literally not actually straight up engaging with him, right? Literally not actually deeply connecting with him. She compliments the hair, but there's kind of a disconnect, right? Kazuya isn't Kazuya's more like a pet. Isn't that right? You're so cute, right? Kazuya feels more like a pet with Ruka, despite the fact that Ruka is on the floor, right? Do you see that interesting aspect here? Ruka is the one on the floor, Kazuya is on the bed. It's like he's a specimen being observed. In contrast, Ruka's the one on the floor crawling around, like she's a pet herself. It's literally like animals observing themselves, and this is why Reiji has Ruka come up to the fish tank and literally watch a fish swim. Do you see what's happening? It's literally like they're observing each other rather than actually interacting with each other. They're living a lie. And I think that's the whole point of this chapter, is that it's a big fucking lie. The entirety of the chapter is literally a disguise for the actual issues that are going on, right? Ruka seemingly says she wants to have sexual relations with Kazuya, right? But I think that's also a big fucking disguise. It's literally like living in a water tank. You're not actually seeing this. You're not actually living this. You're just observing. Just as right here, you're seemingly observing this. You're not actually living. And that plays directly into the element of rental, where you're just acting. You're just observing this thing from a fish tank, right? That's why Kazuya's theme is the boy who likes the aquariums, right? It's called The Boy Who Likes Aquariums, because he literally observes fish. He's not actually in the ocean, right? And when he's near the ocean during his actual date with Chizuru, it doesn't actually happen because he's around the railings. He's not actually in the ocean. He's not actually living. He's not actually engaging with real life. He's looking at it through a lens. And this is really interesting when you delve into specifically what Ruka says here. I know you sent me pictures, but it's my first time seeing it in person. Except this isn't technically the first time. She first saw it through a photo that he sent her, right? So in a sense, we were robbed of the experience, right? We didn't actually see her first reaction. We don't actually know fully how she feels. We're merely observing Ruka. We don't actually see her, right? Kazuya doesn't see her. What is happening here, right? Look at how the chapter starts. Ruka's over here. Kazuya's sitting over here. He's not actually interacting with her. He's just observing and or looking at her skirt, aka the curtain around her leg, just like the chapter ends with a curtain. Okay? The chapter is the first time with my girlfriend. This isn't a first. What you're seeing here isn't a first, right? Maybe this is the first time Ruka like put her hand in his pocket, but doesn't seem new to us, does it? Right? This is old Kazuya who was dating Ruka for a while, right? The picture is new to us, but isn't actually new. And so what do you notice most of this is literally them just looking at each other, literally just observing each other the whole time. Kazuya's looking at her skirt. She comes up, she looks at her face, right? What is the commonality here? She looks at Kazuya's hair. She compliments his hair. Kazuya looks at her skirt, right? That's interesting considering they're basically looking at objects of the person, not the person as a whole. Right? They're just staring at them. Right? So Ruka talks to the fish, right? And Kazuya says, "We've been texting often, but this is the first time we've met in about 5 days, right? Or so." This is important. They've been texting, they haven't actually been interacting. There's actually a fundamental divide, right? Those 5 days were quite the divide. The last time we saw them, we literally saw them call each other, right? They're not actually really engaging with the other person. There's a fundamental disconnect between them. They're just observing each other. So let me continue reading what Mute wrote. Man, it sure is slow. Let me see if I can like close some tabs. Okay. Close that. I'll move you like this and then close that. Close. That's mute. That's that one. Okay, perfect. It should go a lot smoother now. Let's see, let me re-chat a little bit. I think Mommy envies Chizuru a lot because of how independent she is. Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of shit Mommy definitely envies about Chizuru. Yeah, for sure. That's definitely something that's going on with Mommy. She definitely envies the fuck out of Chizuru. But so does Ruka envy Chizuru for something she feels she lacks. Right? And then the same thing is definitely applied to Minnie. Like I said, Minnie is Ruka's inverse. And people don't realize this. I even started realizing this recently. Like, you can literally see them in their character designs. Ruka has ribbons that go up. Minnie has literally 2 streaks on her hair that go down. Just that alone is an indicator. Ruka has short hair. Minnie has longer hair. Ruka is a cute high schooler, right? She dresses in her uniform all the time. Minnie is a cosplayer who doesn't dress in uniform, but then later puts on a uniform that appeases other people. This actually acts as a flip of Ruka, because Ruka used to be a rental girlfriend who used to act as people's ideals when in reality she wanted someone to be her ideal. Huh. Right? And then Minnie is somewhat tomboyish, whereas Ruka is full-on tomboy. Interesting, huh? Right? They literally act as flips of each other. Oh yeah, there's something I want to point out just before. Someone remind me of this if I forget. This chapter, to me, it hides another thing. And that thing that it's hiding is that the chapter kind of like orchestrates things in the ways you think that are happening. So it's like, okay, remember how I explained that the entirety of Ruka's relationship was founded on circumstantial things. For instance, she fell off the stairs, and Kazuya grabbed her mid-fall and they rolled off. And then Kazuya said what he said to Ruka about caring a lot about Chizuru, and Ruka doesn't realize that maybe, just maybe, her heartbeat was so high because she fell off the stairs and because of what Kazuya said. Not necessarily just because of what Kazuya said, right? She never considers that. Hey, maybe my heart rate was really high because I just fell off like a fucking a bridge and this person grabbed me. And then the second time she checked her heart rate, it's literally when she's hiding from someone with Kazuya, as Kazuya is holding on to her. It's almost like this is circumstantial, right? It depends on the environment. And she's literally shaping the environment to make this true for herself. It's like the very foundational nature of Ruka's heart beating is literally based on circumstantial evidence she's not actually paying attention to, right? And that's exactly the point. She never thinks about that. She never processes that. Oh, maybe it's because there's other things fucking going on, right? It's not just because of Kazuya, right? Maybe Kazuya is a part of it, but there's other things going on, right? This chapter kind of has that. And I remember thinking about it yesterday and it clicked for me. I'm like, oh shit, this chapter totally has that. So just remind me of this in case I forget. If I see it and it clicks, I'll point it out. But right, you have Kazuya looking at Ruka, and Kazuya is sitting far away from Ruka this entire time, right? Whereas Ruka wants to seemingly engage in. I can't think of it right now. It's not clicking for me. Yeah, so I'll hold off, and once it clicks for me, I'll talk about it. But I did want to mention that. That's definitely. I remember vividly piecing it together in my head, and I'm like, oh shit, that's totally present in this chapter. Holy crap. So okay, Ruka calls Kazuya's lungfish Prokun. I'm surprised that the lungfish has a name. Was the name taken from the scientific name Protopus amphibius? I told him at the bottom here, someone in chat told me it's because it's Kazuya's profile picture, so Ruka might be referencing that. He liked that. Here is T-Jun, who's the one who commented on this. And they're saying, thank you very much for always sharing your insight, Moto-san. As Japanese isn't my David tongue, I'm merely studying as a hobby. I might be a tad mistaken, but I wonder if pro is, in this instance, might be short for profile, since the lungfish and Kazuya's line profile picture thing, you see. Let's see here. What does Moto-san think about this conjecture? Or Mute-san. In Ruka's YouTube crowdfunding livestream, Professor Mijime answered viewers' questions, stating that amphibious served as the model for lungfish around the 1 hour 35-minute mark. This indicates the professor was aware of the lungfish's scientific name, leading me to conclude it must be Protopus, commonly known as lungfish. Maybe it's both. Have we considered it's both? Right? So maybe it is oh yeah, it's totally a nod to lungfish's actual name, right? But maybe at the same time, it could be a nod to the fact that he's also Kazuya's profile picture. It could be both. You never fucking know, right? We have no clue. But that is cool. That interview is something I definitely want to get fully translated. Unfortunately, it's not. It's not. There's a lot of interviews that Reiji has done that I really want to fully get translated, but get fucking screwed. I like the profile I like better the profile reference. I think it's both. It both work for me. Both are funny. It's a multi-layered reference, so it works either way. Ruka says to Kazuya, "You haven't let any other woman in, have you?" So she says that right here. And instead of saying Chizuru's son, she says other women. In other words, she thinks that Kazuya and Chizuru no longer have any relationship, right? But the fact that she mentions women at all actually shows that Ruka is still actually quite insecure about that. She just doesn't want to address Chizuru, right? She just doesn't want to address Chizuru. This has a double meaning. This has a double meaning. On one hand, it's Ruka telling herself Chizuru isn't around anymore. On the other hand, it's actually disguising the fact that Chizuru isn't around anymore. And this actually mirrors something Kazuya himself did. What do I mean by this? This mirrors something Kazuya did too. In this exact place, in this exact thing that's being referenced here with Minnie, in the shirt that she's wearing. Yeah. No. There is something here. And let me pull it up for you. It's this exact shot right here. After Minnie gets Kazuya drunk, Kazuya gets up and says, "Women are the worst." Notice how he doesn't say Chizuru. In this instance, according to Minnie, it is Chizuru who hurt him. According to Minnie. And yet Kazuya never says Chizuru. He never refers to her by name. Not once. In fact, he always directs his anger at women in general. Not Chizuru. This directly parallels Ruka here. Did you let any other girls over, right? She doesn't... She's actually asking about Chizuru. In secret, she's actually asking about Chizuru. But she doesn't want to address Chizuru. She wants to forget Chizuru existed. Right? She's her replacement, after all. So she wants to forget Chizuru existed. That, to me, connects to that line perfectly. Right? It's Ruka wanting to avoid this topic, knowing full well she's quite insecure about Chizuru. Right? That's the whole point, in my opinion. In my humble opinion. So yeah, there is and I've mentioned before, Kazuya and Ruka parallel each other. That's actually the point. They're meant to parallel each other, right? That's because women are complex and have too many signs Kazuya can't read. No. That's the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard. No. Women are not that complex. We just want to think they're complex. Everybody's human, everybody's normal. The signals women give him are pretty fucking straightforward, right? It's just Kazuya can't read situations, right? Because he doesn't see his own signs. So that's just fucking stupid and borderline sexist. I'm sorry, it is. Women are not complex. Women are pretty simple too. Everybody has their own complexities. I could literally highlight to you how guys are actually quite complex. I could literally highlight to you how guys are actually quite complex too. Just as women are complex. We're both simple and complex creatures. It's stupid to say, oh, women are too complicated. No, Kazuya is just trying to vent his anger out at the bullshit Minnie is giving him. But he knows it's bullshit. I've talked about that chapter in detail. He knows what he's saying is bullshit, and he's spewing venom. He's literally spewing venom, and Minnie lets him. Right? He's saying all women are the worst. He's saying horrible things about women, and Minnie, a girl, is just sitting there, yup, this is normal. I believe this. Fuck you. No. That's horrible. Right? Anyways, she hasn't asked me about Mizuhara lately, and she hasn't been acting nearly as jealous as before. It's kind of like she's a real wife. Suddenly, right as he thinks this, what does Ruka mention to him? It's almost like she's actually secretly talking about Chizuru. Hidden in plain sight. It's almost like she's literally secretly talking about Chizuru. Right as Kazuya thinks this. Right? That happens. Suddenly. Magically. What the fuck? It's almost too perfectly timed. It's like it's the thing Ruka's avoiding. Right? The reason Ruka is holding down the hems of her skirt is if she's trying to seduce Kazuya, wouldn't it be better to show him what's underneath? But I suppose she still has some shyness after all. Actually, this is an important element too, right? So Ruka hides her skirt. She lifts her skirt up. Why? Right? Because she's going to show him later, but what does Ruka tell him later? Right? What did Kazuya see in chapter 348? Right? Chapter 348, Kazuya falls down and sees her underwear. What does Ruka tell him later in the chapter? I was too embarrassed to wear my underwear, so I put on a swimsuit. This is showing not just shyness, but Ruka's fear of vulnerability. And the fact that she's actually afraid to be seen. And I think that's what this chapter is actually secretly disguising. This element of actually being physically seen. Not just physically, though. I think what this is hiding is that Kazuya is going to get to know Ruka in other ways. That's my bet. That's literally my bet. Because I'm showing you right now how there are things being hidden in plain sight. I've already highlighted a few things that are hidden in plain sight, like the Mizuhara thing, or like the Ruka wanting to live on her own, or Ruka paralleling the other characters, and the relevance of like the thing with Minnie. I think this is actually secretly disguising not Kazuya getting to know Ruka physically, but Kazuya getting to know about Ruka's physical condition, which would be insanely thematically fitting. That would be incredibly thematically fitting, right? Ruka wants to engage in a physical relationship. Boom, he actually gets to know you in a way that's more impactful than sex, right? Because Ruka doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. She's still young and innocent, and this highlights that young and innocentness, right? She's rocking back and forth like a kid, right? She's literally rolling like a kid, right? This is how kids roll. Damn it. Damn it. She's literally, yay, I'm glad. Right? Like, she seems like a little kid, right? Letting her believe that really isn't really a big deal, right? That's right. Look how Kazuya looks here. He looks like an adult, right? Kazuya looks like an adult. He's acting like, oh, this isn't a big deal. Like, this is a normal thing to tell a kid. Well, unfortunately, Kazuya, she's also your girlfriend, and you just lied to her. So, I don't know, this isn't actually a good thing. Yeah, I'm sorry to tell you, this isn't actually a good thing. And this entire sequence here, where Kazuya tells this small lie to Minnie, or to Ruka, actually is a massive fucking deal. And I wrote a whole post about it. It's a massive fucking deal. It just looks like it just looks really small. But we'll get back to this. We'll get back to this when I start talking about it. So, Mew continues. Oh my god, it's actually loading quicker. Thank God. Right? Ruka's skirt is covered, right? I always struggle with where to look. How's funny that he mentions that in regards to Ruka's skirt, right? Because he actually wants to look, right? And then suddenly, by the end of the chapter, he has no choice but to look, right? He's behind the curtain. You could say he's literally under the skirt, if you will. Because Ruka is now butt-ass naked almost butt-ass naked in front of him, right? So, literally, he says initially, I have a hard time to look. This is a double meaning, because later he literally gets behind the curtain, behind the skirt, if you will, and actually looks, right? Ruka thinks she's dressed, like, incredibly differently by wearing a swimsuit. But what is actually happening, right? She doesn't actually look all that different, right? Yeah, she is wearing a swimsuit and it hides a little more, but she's also the underwear thing wouldn't have been so different. So that actually raises the question, why the swimsuit? And I think the swimsuit is a slightly bigger deal than you might realize, right? Because when Kazuya, interestingly, first saw Ruka's panties, they were white, right? They represented innocence. Right? And it's like Kazuya is like literally defiling that innocence, if you will. In contrast, when you see Ruka later, right? When you see Ruka in the swimsuit, it's in darkness and she's wearing black, right? It's in darkness and she's wearing black. Why is this important? Well, let's go back to the last chapter. What is the first thing we see when we get to Ruka? Oh, well. Okay. What's the first thing we see when we get to Ruka? All white in a white background. But look at what's happening here. It's the static effect. It's literally the static effect, right? And suddenly the darkness is creeping in. It's almost like Kazuya is like an infection, right? It's almost like Kazuya is like this thing that, like, because she touched him, right? Suddenly it's almost like bled into her. And like the desire is almost infecting her too, right? Because he has desires. And it's like his desires are like so destructive and intoxicating that they get to other people too, right? Or maybe flare up other people's own reactions. And so you see this contrast with Ruka here, where she literally feels this dark desire in contrast to the innocence around her. The entire room is innocent in contrast to the dark desire, right? The desire she feels is dark and scary. But the room she's in is white and innocent, right? She herself is white and innocent, but the room is like this is the whole point, the contrast between these two shots, where that shot, innocent, white, pure, beautiful. Here, dark, right? Like literally she's wearing a black swimsuit, she's in the darkness, right? She's literally in Kazuya's deepest darkness, if you will, right? This is the deepest part of Kazuya's feelings, like all hidden up. She's literally on the other side of the curtain, right? In his deepest desires. And those dark desires are literally catching up with him, right? Because in many ways, Kazuya created this. Kazuya created the very circumstances for this to happen by falling between Ruka's legs. This wouldn't have happened if it was not for him. He created these circumstances in what? When he was chasing after Chizuru. When he was chasing after Chizuru. In chasing after Chizuru, right? Because he's remember, why did he fall between her legs? He was chasing Chizuru's keychain that he dropped. And upon dropping it, he falls between Ruka's legs. In chasing Chizuru, he ended up right in front of Ruka because he didn't cherish Chizuru enough. How ironic. So Ruka gets Kazuya a card holder, right? So Ruka gets Kazuya a card holder here. The business card holder features an embroidery of Kazuya's favorite fish. So it's kind of hard to see. Let me zoom in. Like I don't. Yeah, it just looks like a fish. It doesn't seem like it. I think maybe he's just saying it's a fish. That's his favorite. His favorite thing is fish. So since he hasn't gotten a job yet, he won't be putting anyone's business cards or he won't be putting his own business cards or anyone else's business cards in it. But it's also a depiction of Ruka's fresh innocence, as she doesn't know much about society yet, and that's what draws Kazuya to it. Yeah, that's kind of an important thing, right? So Ruka gives him a gift, right? You have Kazuya feeling these dark adult desires, right? You have Kazuya feeling these adult dark desires. In contrast, Ruka gives him his gift, his birthday gift, right? Your birthday gift, it represents kind of like an innocence to it. So he says, really, thanks, what could it be, right? Kazuya gets caught off guard because, hey, you were looking, you piece of shit, right? In contrast, Ruka's giving him this really innocent gift. She gives him a card case. Wow, it's cute. I thought you could use it to help find work. Again, I want you to notice what Reiji's doing here, right? Ruka is at the bottom of Kazuya's bed, right? Kazuya and her are not on equal levels. Kazuya is literally above Ruka, right? This is something that's also present with Minnie. You see this with Minnie in both of the chapters that she is there. It's the same exact thing. Kazuya is sitting on his bed. Minnie is at the bottom of his bed, right? You see this again in the chapter right after this, in chapter 389. Right? Again, Minnie is at the bottom of Kazuya's bed, right? And the contrast between Minnie and Ruka is that Minnie absolutely wrecked Kazuya's place on the first fucking day, like literally ruined it. Whereas the first thing you see with Ruka when she gets there is that she cleans Kazuya's place. And she gets him a gift. And she brings him stuff, right? And she tries to be kind of his gift in a sense. Hence the ribbons. She's literally a gift for him in some ways. But at the same time, it's for her. She knows what she's asking is for her, but she's also trying to be kind of his gift in a sense. So she gives him this card case, and again, you see the difference between them. I thought you could use it to help find work. It shows Ruka's never actually had to search for a real job, right? Ruka's never actually had to search for a real job. It also shows Ruka's immaturity when it comes to the adult world. And this mirrors her immaturity when it comes to sex, right? She doesn't know what the heck she's doing, right? This is her first time, if you will, right? This is also Ruka's first time actually getting Kazuya a gift, right? Remember Ruka's birthday? She expected a gift from him, and he didn't get her anything, right? On Kazuya's birthday, I don't recall her getting him a gift. Let me double check. I do not recall her actually getting him a gift on his birthday, like his last birthday. Let me... Okay. Oh, look. Kazuya's birthday, and where are they? Right? She calls him, and she says, happy birthday. Hey, Kazuya, sorry for calling in the middle of the night, but since I'm your girlfriend, I wanted to be the first to congratulate you. Oh, it's already midnight. I can't see you on your birthday, but you'll have lots of time on Sunday. Yeah. Oh yeah, earlier I told her we couldn't see each other on my birthday. Oh, look, it's similar. Right? On his birthday, they couldn't go, right? And she made a whole scene. Right? She made a whole fucking scene. She didn't do that this time. It's nice that your family members get along. I can also relax since Chizuru won't be there. Huh? Right? How fitting. Last time Chizuru was going to be there. This time Chizuru wasn't there. And so Ruka was able to relax and not worry about Chizuru showing up. The events are literally reversed. Right? The events are literally reversed. So Ruka shows up. Let's go to your parents' house. Oh, crap baskets. I gotta open that back up. Sweet. Okay. So, I'm just trying to see if she got him a gift, but also seeing the parallels between the last birthday arc. 84. Ruka, what are you doing? I'm your girlfriend, silly. You said Sunday. Yes, I did. Okay. She's realized she knows that Mizuhara is coming to the birthday party. That didn't happen this time. Well, yeah, the truth is that Mizuhara is just a rental girlfriend, even if it's just a trial. My real girlfriend is Ruka. I understand why she'd be mad that only Mizuhara was invited to the party and my parents. I'm sorry for keeping it a secret. Yeah, Mizuhara is coming today, but oh, how interesting. I'm sorry for keeping it a secret. What else did he keep it? Remember, now he's actually keeping his secrets, right? Now he's actually keeping his secrets, whereas last time, right, he got caught. That was because Grandma suddenly said she'd make it a joint birthday party. I'm sorry for hiding it. Is that right? Uh-oh, she's pissed. Not to mention that Ruka has been feeling the limits of being a trial girlfriend lately. This is going to be a disaster, right? This is my parents' place. Wow, it's so big. The third and the fourth are rented out. I see apartment management combined with the money from the store is just enough. We could barely get by just owning a place. Princess Chizuru? Oh, Miss Ruka. Princess Chizuru! Oh, Miss Ruka. Okay, so that's the case. I'm sorry, Chizuru-san, but it was sudden anyway. I'm glad she tried. Blah, blah, blah. That aside, welcome Ruka. I'm sure Chizuru-san would be happier with a friend around. I also wanted to be called Princess. When did Chizuru-san say she'd arrive? I wanted her to eat while the food was still warm, but it can't be helped. So they brought sushi. This isn't a birthday present, but so she bought a gift, huh? For us, not for Kazuya and Chizuru. Oh no, I have something for them as well. It's the day your precious grandson was born, so I thought it really was a special day for the whole family. What kind of sales pitch is she playing? Ruka-chan, house, blah, blah, guide. Okay, so you guys are to their house. Hey, there's blah, 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 blah. You two are unfair. You say she's a rental, but you hide your family's birthday party from me and go with her. You even feel guilty about that. But aren't I your girlfriend? Chizuru's is grandma's favorite, so it's hard to tell her. That's what you said, right? So you could at least give me a chance to get to know your grandma. Hey, I'll definitely make your grandma like me. I hope you have a good birthday, right? Not being quite selfish, right? Being quite selfish on Kazuya's birthday. Really shitty of Ruka back then, right? So let's see. Does Ruka give him a gift? The gift was the necktie? Oh, wow. The gift was the necktie. I'd really like for Kazuya to look more mature. She gives him a neck. That's what her gift was? Her gift was the tie? Bro, her gift was the tie, the same tie that she grabs him with to kiss him. Right? She just gives him a tie that she grabs him with to kiss him. Damn. Oh my god. Let's see what Grandma Nagomi says. I'd really like for Kazuya to look more mature. Right? I see. Excellent work, Miss Ruka. There's a good balance of comedy and actual effect. Ain't that nice, right? Everyone's laughing at Kazuya rather than actually, like, giving him a real gift. In contrast, right? So last time she gives him a gift that just ends up making fun of him, and something she ultimately ends up using. Kazuya never uses it. What happens here? Yet again, she gives him a gift, except this time she actually cares and she's trying to actually get him something meaningful, and he still doesn't need it. And he still doesn't fucking need it. Right? He still doesn't fucking need it. It's still useless. Right? The card holder is still fucking useless. But maybe I don't need but maybe I don't need this yet. Oh, really? Remote work is common nowadays. I don't think I have any business cards in it. Oh, I see. I guess I messed up. Right? At least here, like, you're seeing like a kind of like awareness of Ruka, where before is quite selfish of Ruka, right? It was very one-sided. She's just kind of getting what she wants, right? She gets to laugh about it. She gets it. Like, if anything, the last birthday gift was more so to please Nagomi than it was for Kazuya, right? The last birthday gift, like, look at Kazuya. Everyone's laughing at him, right? He doesn't look, this is his fucking birthday gift and he doesn't look happy. This is his birthday gift and he doesn't look happy, right? This is doing nothing for him, right? He keeps the birthday kai on, right? But, right, there's some birthday this is, right? Some birthday this is, it fucking sucks. Right? He just gets this tie that makes him look more mature. But everybody's just fucking laughing at him. Right? You have to straighten up, Kazuya, on his fucking birthday. Right? Here, she actually tries to get him something, and she's aware it didn't do the intended result. Damn it, she's so cute. Right? So Kazuya feels bad. Right? I can tell that she put a lot of thought into it. And in contrast to last time, where clearly it's less about him and less about what the fuck she wants, right? Oh, sorry for the foam. No, it's not. Some birthday this is, right? Ruka's taking advantage of Mizuharu's absence and is now grandma's favorite. From what I can see, she's the ideal girlfriend. Not just an hour, she's buddy with grandma. It's like the compulsive liar conversation never happened. Also, where's Mizuharu? It's already past 6 o'clock. How fitting, right? How fitting, right? This isn't actually for Kazuya. None of this is. It's for Ruka. It's what she wants, right? Here, she actually put a lot of thought into it, but she doesn't know what the fuck she's doing, right? It actually shows Ruka's evolution as a character, as a contrast from the last birthday, right? These innocence part about her really add to her charm, right? So he says, oh, but that doesn't mean I won't get any from here on onwards. I might need this sooner than later. Thanks. Right? You see like a cute reaction? Yeah. Smiles, happy, but her eyes are closed. She doesn't actually see. Right? When she smiles, her eyes are closed. She doesn't actually see. It's a cute smile, but it's a blind smile. Right? It's a fittingly blind smile. So cute. Again, right? Crap, I forgot online tests. This company was due today, right? So just as Ruka doesn't see, Kazuya forgot to see. Right? And then he looks at his phone, not his girlfriend. Right? Kazuya isn't actually seeing Ruka, just as she's not actually seeing him. Right? And I think it was super fitting that she got him a necktie last time when she has ribbons. She has a tie on her head. Get it? Anywho, let's continue with what Mute was saying. I think we already read this one. Let's see. Kazuya's job hunting web test is the Synthetic Personality Inventory, but it's written as SPE instead of SPI because it's developed by the Recruitment Management Solutions, so it's due to the adult circumstances. This aptitude test is now web-based. I don't think it addresses things like cheating or proxy test taking, though. Okay, so let's see. Kazuya says, online test. It's a first for me, too. Another first. Right? So guess what? The repeating motif of first is happening here. Right? It's kind of like an aptitude test done on the computer. They apparently use it for intern screening. There are 3 topics: language, non-language, or English. Wow, this is educational. I didn't know they had these. Okay, so this is interesting. Kazuya looks back to how Ruka might react. And if you go back to the last birthday, she literally reacts exactly like this shit. Right? Remember like Kazuya's last fucking birthday? Literally reacts exactly like the fucking shit he imagined here. Does not do that. Ruka is maturing, but she's still also young, right? This is going to take about an hour. Do you mind? More or less. She's supposed to be a date. She's going to yell at me, right? The thing you expect to happen does not happen. You get thrown off. So the fact that it has 3 topics: language, non-language, or English. I've still yet to fully figure out the relevance of the test, besides it being a first, right? I've still yet to fully piece the intent of the test. Besides like Kazuya being tested, if you will, right? And like being able to piece things together. So let's see. She says, yeah, okay. She's fine with it. She's such an understanding girl. Thanks. But Kazuya, you've been really active lately, huh? Okay. Working hard, finding a job, and you said you're getting your license. Does something happen that I'm unaware of? Yeah, he again continues to hide Chizuru. And this is actually really interesting. Before we saw how Ruka reacted when it came to Chizuru, I wonder how Ruka would react now, considering she's reacting differently to everything else. Right? How would Ruka react now? And this is fascinating considering how Kazuya reacts to Mami. Right? Remember what Kazuya said last time? He's like, I don't feel as flustered. I feel like more certain I don't actually like Mami. But then you also see him react and want to know things about Mami. So you see like a contradiction. Just as Ruka is kind of a contradiction. So Ruka eventually finding out about Chizuru is going to be interesting because you wonder to yourself how she's going to react. Right? I think that's going to be the big part. I think the problem statement turning into Junkoko is a drawing mistake. The problem itself, if you understand the relationship between subordinate and subordinate and subordinate terms, makes it clear that the answer is mayor. Oh, I guess I was right. I thought it was mayor too. Kazuya's hesitant choice of election is a method or means for selecting politicians, not a category, so it's incorrect. Okay. So the initial element is like, okay, they're both doing something for the first time. Kazuya says something that he expects will happen again, and he gets a first time, right? So this is a first time reaction. He says this to her, and he's like, oh no, she's gonna freak, but she doesn't freak. She's actually more understanding. But then she asks questions, and Kazuya lies to her, right? As he usually did in the past. So it looks like Ruka is changing, whereas Kazuya is maybe changing in the wrong ways or not changing. So let's see. It's hard to act things out so that she doesn't get suspicious. So in many ways, he's starting to understand exactly how Chizuru feels in being put in the same position as she was. This is actually pretty hard. Law and criminal law, like it's being more specific. Let's see. This has a time limit. I'm so nervous. So the time limit is actually quite relevant to the situation that they're in because Kazuya with Ruka is on a time limit. And he literally has a time limit right now with the July 11th, right? By July 11th, he needs to get all this shit done. So literally, Kazuya is being tested and is actually nodding back to the movie arc, right? It's nodding back to the movie arc as well as it's also nodding back to his last birthday, which in some ways kind of had a time limit where it's like, okay, time is running out. Ruka, where's Chizuru? Why isn't Chizuru showing up? And then in contrast, you actually had a time limit being set because of Sayuri almost dying, right? Because of Sayuri dying in the future, right? Like she's about to pass away. We need to finish the movie by then. So Kazuya gets introduced to a different time limit. So the time limit is quite relevant to July 11th, to the movie arc, and as well as Kazuya's birthday, right? This element of time is very key here. You have to make a decision, right? So Kazuya being put in a situation where he has to make a decision and he's being tested on his time. He has to like, okay, you can't just sit around and wait. You have to make an active choice. Contrast last chapter where what happened? He didn't make a choice, right? He had a time limit with Mommy and he didn't make a choice. So this plays directly into that. Then he notices Ruka. Ruka's chest, Ruka's legs, gets distracted. He knows he's distracted, so he has to take time to not be distracted, right? It seems like Kazuya can actually go out of his way to not be distracted if he needs to. It's like he can actually make a choice if he needs to. Huh. Let's continue. Kazuya also pretends to have no interest in Ruka, but he can't help being drawn to her breasts and her legs. Even though he tries to act like he doesn't care, he finds himself reaffirming just how cute Ruka is. Here are the words that Kibe used to say often: "Don't fall in love with your dick. You start to feel all too real." Right? So, Kazuya, don't think with your dick. Like, this is literally, in some ways, he kind of isn't here. Right? He makes an active choice to be like, okay, Ruka, can you give me some space so I can actually focus? That's kind of valid. Like, he knows this is happening, so he has to take control back. So this is Kazuya actually almost mirroring what he might need to do later. But now, like here, he can do this, right? Here, he can ask for some space. But once Kazuya's done, how's he going to do that? Like, so you can see he can set boundaries. You see here, okay, Kazuya can, in fact, set boundaries. He has the skill to. He can do it. He can ask, right? Sorry, Ruka-chan, that's kind of distracting. Would you mind staying over there? And Ruka's like, oh, I'm bothering you. I'm sorry, right? It's like Kazuya can set boundaries. He has the skill tool to do it. But how is he going to do it in an actual situation, right? Here he has an excuse. He has this excuse that he needs to focus on this thing. How's he going to actually implement? So every time we get introduced to some sort of task Kazuya has to do, whether it be getting his license or doing some sort of test in regards to job hunting or his birthday, all of these things are tests for him. Because in terms of the license, okay, first you're introduced into the idea of reading signs, right? Kazuya can't read signs for shit. So he doesn't know when mommy's clearly indicating to him she's fucking interested. Like, anybody with a brain can fucking tell. But Kazuya wants to view it in the worst way, right? So him learning to read signs parallels that. In contrast, Kazuya having a time limit and needing to make a decision and literally being restricted to making a decision and needing to actually make a correct decision, not just like rush into it, and then also removing distractions so he can actually make the decision, is quite relevant to this chapter, as that perfectly aligns with what he needs to fucking do with her, with Ruka. Right? Don't get distracted by the boobs and make an active, concise decision that you did for yourself, not just because someone else told you to. Right? Because last time with Kibe, right? Or sorry, last time when Ruka stayed over, Ruka wasn't pushing that hard. Right? And Kazuya was able to make that decision, sure, but a part of the reason he made that decision is because he remembered what Kibe said. Well, okay, he's not going to get that again. Right? You're not going to get that again. And you pushed yourself into a situation where you have to make some sort of decision. So Kazuya being put in that situation and learning to actually do that's important. So it just contrasts what he does with the job with what he actually has to do. Damn it, this is so I can find a job. I've got to hang in there this test, right? Kazuya hanging in there, right? I've got to hang in there. Just like, oh, I have to keep my guard up with Ruka. I got to hang in there. You see how Reiji's striking these parallels? Okay. So Ruka sees Kazuya working hard, and she has a sense of resolve, like she's determined, right? And this is important because I think she is in many ways being fueled by his resolve. Like, okay, he's taking this seriously. I should take what I want to do seriously too. Mr. Fish then says, job hunting is where the river of life meets the sea. I think this is important because it's literally about like, okay, you're going through the river of life, you're flowing through it, but you're going to have to get to the sea eventually, right? You're going to have to go out into the sea eventually. You're going to have to live because the sea is literally the place of life, right? Like the grand big sea, right? You have to eventually confront that. So Kazuya eventually meeting Umi and having a confrontation with Umi parallels Kazuya actually going out into the sea, right? Similar to how Kazuya jumped into the sea to save Chizuru. So this is a parallel to that, except now Kazuya is actually going to face the sea. So Kazuya finishes. So let's continue with what Mute is saying. All right. The curtains are closed, but a subtle light is leaking through, and that light is illuminating Ruka. It's the theme of light and shadow from Kanojo Okarishimasu, right? The reason Ruka didn't take off her clothes in front of Kazuya and get down to her underwear is partly because Ruka doesn't have that level of resolve, or because it's embarrassing. But I think it was also out of consideration for the sentiment of not wanting to make Ruka the villain, and for the readers who are fans of Ruka. So I actually disagreed with this. I wrote something to contrast this, and he agreed with me. I think it's less about making Ruka the villain and rather showing her inexperience. She has no idea what she's getting into. She wears an adult swimsuit that hides her innocent disposition, matching the single light from the curtain, her language, and her genuineness, right? So the single light from the curtain is literally the single ray of hope, if you will, right? But also literally like the light hidden behind the darkness, right? It matches her language, where later Mute points out how the way Ruka actually speaks is a lot more innocent. In Japanese, she doesn't outright say sex. In Japanese, she doesn't actually outright say sex. She says ecchi and does a bit of wordplay. She does a bit of wordplay to indicate sex, because Ruka can't actually outright say sex. It shows her innocent disposition, right? And then that also matches with her genuineness in this chapter, where Ruka's trying to have like a genuine relationship with Kazuya, but she's also completely out of her element, right? This is Kazuya's element, right? The deep, dark desires, this is Kazuya's element. This is not Ruka's element, and she's completely out of her depth. And that's the point. That's why you see Ruka all the way back in the shadows, right? So let's do the horizontal. That's why Ruka's all the way back in the shadows, right? Ruka is literally in Kazuya's deepest, darkest desires, right? She is literally in that point, and she's literally wearing black to match these deep, dark desires, right? She's literally wearing his desires on herself. That's the point. She's quite literally wearing her desires on Kazuya, right? So, okay. Kazuya finishes the test. That was absolutely brutal. Sheesh. Finally over. So, Kazuya went through an arduous task, right? And just as he finishes this arduous task, he's presented with another one, right? And that's kind of how life goes. I think that's a perfect encapsulation of life and like dealing with your first struggles, right? The first big struggles. I think that's what Reiji's highlighting. The first times is more so rather about Kazuya's first time, rather than Ruka, right? It is about Ruka, don't get me wrong, but I think the point is to hide what Kazuya is actually having to deal with, which is like he's going through these really hard tasks, really hard tests for the first time, right? Okay, this is Kazuya's like first big time lying like this, right? This is Kazuya's first time like being complimented on the hair and being told he's cute. This is Kazuya's first time like having another woman over in his place, right? In a weird relationship like this. This is Kazuya's first time actually like trying to please someone else, for trying to give him a gift and failing. He's seeing himself being reflected in Ruka. In reality, so much of this chapter is actually about Kazuya rather than Ruka herself, right? It's Ruka being robbed of first times. So much of it is to me Ruka being robbed of first times, and Kazuya experiencing first times, which is quite ironic. And I could see a lot of people being like, "Oh, that means this is gonna happen." No. That's not. I don't think so. I believe in Reiji. I don't think so. I believe in Reiji. I do not think so. Okay, so Kazuya is having to deal with these brutal tasks for the first time, right? He went through this brutal test for the very first time, and he says, "I did everything I could, but I have no idea how it's going to turn out." Right? This is going to mirror Ruka, where okay, Kazuya is going to have to do he's going to have to do something about this, and he's not going to know how it turns out. Right? He's in the dark. He's in the shadow. Right? He was not prepared for this. He didn't know what he was walking into, and he's going to have to learn. Right? He just says he doesn't know how the test is going to turn out. He doesn't know how this situation with Ruka is going to turn out. He's in the dark just as we are. Where's Ruka-chan? The bathroom? The room is in the dark, right? He's illuminated, but the room is completely dark because he doesn't know what's happening. He hasn't been paying attention to his environment. So he's completely in the dark in his own house. Kazuya in his own house is completely in the dark. We ended up talking close to an hour. She stayed quiet in the corner for me the whole time, so she wouldn't bother me. Okay, so you talked for an hour. It ended up taking me close to an hour, not talking for an hour. She stayed quiet in that corner for me the whole time, so she wouldn't bother her. So she wouldn't bother me. So Ruka is being quite obedient, if you will, right? A devoted girlfriend who's watching over him and watching over his struggle and being supportive of him. This is interesting because this is literally a flip of Kazuya in the movie arc. Ruka is in many ways in Kazuya's position in the movie arc. Difference is, unlike Kazuya in the movie arc, she's going to ask for what she wants. Whereas Kazuya didn't do that, right? In some ways, she's kind of putting what she wants first, instead of fully Kazuya. She's waiting until Kazuya is ready, and then she'll do it, right? And she planned for this too, because she's his girlfriend, right? She's his girlfriend. Did she close the curtain to get rid of the glare on my screen? No, right? Kazuya thinks it's for him. No, right? I don't know. This is for her. Sure, it's a date in my room, but it's nothing serious. We're not doing anything flirty. I don't need to explain that one, right? I don't fucking need to explain that one, right? It's like, about that, buddy. About that, buddy. You're not paying attention to your environment, right? Kazuya is literally not paying attention to his environment. He's literally walked into a trap and he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, right? Compared to before, she's been pretty laid back lately. She's been acting more like a cute, devoted girlfriend. Notice what Reiji does here. White background, Kazuya in shadows. He has no idea what the fuck he's talking about, right? Compared to before, she's been pretty laid back lately. Has she? Let's go back. Has Ruka actually been laid back? No. She's actually been quite physical. She's actually been very aggressive. She touches his ass. She hugs him. She kisses him. Kazuya's interpretation of laid back is completely off, right? Ruka has not been laid back. She's just been laid back in a way that okay, she's not causing you trouble. But Kazuya doesn't see how all of the laid back is actually him, right? What is happening here? Who's laying back here? It's him. He's laid back. He's too relaxed. He's not seeing the danger that's literally around the corner, right? He's not seeing the thing that's literally right fucking there. He's the one who's laid back. He's not paying attention to the signs. He's not paying attention to his environment. It's just that Mizuhara is too amazing. Ruka-chan's already the kind of girlfriend everyone would be jealous of. This line is interesting. I still can't quite piece this line. Because to me, it's okay, Mizuhara's too amazing. He's off dreaming about Chizuru. But Ruka's already a girl everyone will be jealous of. Why does that matter? Do you want Chizuru or do you want Ruka? Right? Because Kazuya, a part of the reason he wants to be with Chizuru is a part of his romantic side where, everyone would be jealous of me if I'm with Chizuru. But that's not necessarily the point of love. It's no, that's not the point of love. You want to share your time with someone, not just, even that is an experience you would want to share with this person, right? You get to flex the person that you love and you get to be proud of them and be proud that you have them with you. So that's not necessarily a bad thing. But what sets Chizuru apart from Ruka in that sense, right? Okay, so Chizuru is too amazing. What's the difference between Chizuru and Ruka if they both have this quality, right? It's just that Mizuhara is too amazing. Ruka-chan's already the kind of girlfriend everyone would be jealous of. So what sets them apart? Why do you love Chizuru if they share that commonality of everyone is already jealous of Ruka, right? It feels very personal, and Kazuya is often a dream, and he's not actually thinking about what he wants, right? Mizuhara's too amazing feels like he doesn't really love her, just choosing her because she's better than the others. Yeah, I kind of agree, but Kazuya does love her. He's just not thinking about it, right? It's okay, yeah, Ruka's already amazing, right? Ruka's already amazing, but Chizuru's better, right? But is that why you love Chizuru? Because she's better? why do you actually love her? There we go. I think that's a good way of putting it, right? So compared to before, she's been pretty laid back lately. She's been acting more like a cute, devoted girlfriend, but it's just that Chizuru's too amazing, you know? Ruka-chan's already the kind of girlfriend everyone would be jealous of. I just prefer Chizuru, right? It's like, so why do you love Chizuru? It comes back to that point of like, why does Kazuya does what he does? Why does Kazuya do what he do? Yeah. Why does Kazuya do what he does? Right? Why does he want to be with Chizuru? Because she's too amazing? That's it? Right? That's it? No, like we know there's more to it, but Kazuya is losing his identity. Kazuya is literally losing the purpose of his love. Literally matching his hair and why he's in shadows. He's off dreaming somewhere else, not actually looking at Ruka. Right? He's off in a dream, not seeing anything. Here he's in shadow. Here's this like, oh, this is his honest feelings, but are these his feelings or what are these? You don't know. So he turns, he says, Ruka-chan, I'm all done. Sorry for making you wait. Suddenly Ruka steps out. And the light literally creeps up on Kazuya here. I love how the light like creeps up on Kazuya. Suddenly he's getting illuminated. Right? So you see Ruka. Right? And this part is really interesting. Kazuya is shadowed. Kazuya is completely shadowed. You don't even see Kazuya's head. Right? You don't even see Kazuya's head here. And the glare is reversed. Whereas the glare here was like crossing his face like this. Here, the glare is on her legs. Like Ruka is slowly coming into view. But Ruka is still in shadows. Right? And Kazuya is completely hidden in shadows. Right? The way Reiji illuminates them here is with shadows, which is really cool, right? Ruka's silhouette is being illuminated, but Reiji maintains the element of shadows, right? She's deep in the darkest part of his desires, the thing he's not thinking about, right? The thing that he's put in the back of his mind, why he wants to do this at all. Suddenly, Kazuya is completely illuminated. Holy shit, what just happened, right? Holy shit, what just happened? What are you doing, Ruka-chan? So let's zoom in here. Let's look at Kazuya. Right? Completely illuminated. Ruka's illuminated too. Ruka says, I'm sorry. It was too embarrassing. The moment she says embarrassing, she sinks in the shadows. To show up in my underwear. So she remembers, this calls back to chapter 348, where Kazuya literally saw her underwear. And it was very, very embarrassing for her, and she freaked out. Right? If you remember that chapter, let's go to it really quick. If you remember that chapter, Ruka freaked the fuck out when Kazuya got near her. Right? So the accident happens. Kazuya sees the undies. Ruka realizes what happened and freaks. She just starts wriggling around, freaking out. And then she turns away. Are you okay, miss? I'm sorry, I tripped. Are you hurt? What just happened? Right? Kazuya doesn't know what just happened. And Ruka's embarrassed. Why was this happening in the first place? Because Kazuya was chasing Chizuru's keychain that he did not value. And that's how this happens in the first place, right? He runs into Ruka as a byproduct of both Ruka's actions, right? Well, first it's his own fault. He dropped his keychain, which then Ruka picked up, which then Ruka naturally wanted to add to his keychain, right? Which then Ruka removes Chizuru's keychain and puts her own, and Kazuya doesn't consider that because he's not being considerate of Chizuru. Kazuya takes the keychain back, and what happens? He ends up dropping it, which ultimately results in this entire situation. So it's a byproduct of Kazuya's own actions. Because how does the chapter start? With Kazuya dropping his keychain and not caring about it, right? He could have lost this if Ruka did not. He could have literally lost his keychain if Ruka did not pick it up, right? He could have totally lost this if Ruka didn't pick it up. So as a byproduct of his own actions, this happened. And the last time Ruka was in her underwear, she freaked the fuck out when Kazuya looked at her. So she probably thought, okay, I'm going to freak out again, but I need to do this. It almost feels like Ruka needs to do this, not just because she wants to. She feels the need to, which I think is a problem in this situation. Kazuya says, I mean it. Why aren't you wearing your clothes? Kazuya is in shadows, so is Ruka. You see Ruka illuminated a little bit. She's sweating. She's freaked out. It's not even my birthday, so maybe it's kind of strange to ask something like this. is that, right? Again, Kazuya is slightly illuminated here. He's starting to understand what the fuck is happening, right? Please do the thing. Now, let me read what Mute wrote. So Mute says, right here, for this shot here, in the Japanese version, Ruka's line is ecchi, but in the English version, it was probably directly as sex. I feel like the subtle difference in the nuance might lead foreigners to misunderstand Ruka. If Kazuya gets flustered and vaguely refuses her, it would be the same as always. But, sorry. Goddamn. I should drink some water. So I said, yes, the English is just outright sex. So in the Japanese, she says ecchi, like she wants to do ecchi things, or is it an innocent way of saying she wants to have sex? Regardless, this again reflects her immaturity and loses some of the nuance of the situation. Mute commented on this, so let me see what he wrote. In the Japanese culture, there's a tendency to avoid directly expressing topics related to sex. This is kind of important because you literally see this with Chizuru. Chizuru struggles to directly say I love you. There's the nod to the line in The Moon is Beautiful, right? Chizuru in some ways indirectly confesses to Kazuya in when he calls her, right? There's so much indirect confessions happening, characters struggling to directly say things. And now you're seeing Ruka, of all characters, the most direct character in this story, besides, like, say, someone like Minnie, struggling to say things directly, right? Which shows this is actually hard for her, right? This shows this is actually quite hard for her. She struggles to say this particular thing directly. She's completely out of her depth. And I think that's an important element here. This is Kazuya's territory, right? And even Kazuya struggles with saying the word sex, because remember, when Chizuru was talking about cheating, which is relevant to this chapter, by the way, Chizuru says the word sex, and Kazuya's like, oh my gosh, she says sex, right? She just said it outright. She just straight up said the word outright. And Kazuya was completely caught off guard by this. So this is relevant to that. Ruka having a hard time saying the word, whereas Chizuru can outright say the word. Because Chizuru isn't afraid to express herself, right? But by using euphemistic expressions, it creates a cute atmosphere. Ecchi means H, and while there are various theories, the most prominent one is that it's abbreviation for hentai. So she strung words along to not directly say sex, but make it clear that that's the intent. So that's what happened here. I wanted to point that out because it shows Ruka kind of being out of her depth. So you had a little bit more to say here. There's also the theory of Ruka having a heart attack. I don't think Ruka's going to have like a heart attack, okay? I just think that I could see Ruka being overstimulated and it's actually too much for her heart. And she would need to go, to like the doctor or something, or the hospital really quick, right? Just because she got too overstimulated and Kazuya learns about that thing. I don't think she's going to outright have a fucking heart attack. Okay, I literally, it's what happened in her story in the very beginning of her story, where when you read chapter 28, she had like shortness of breath, she couldn't breathe, right? And she had that heart condition. I think that's going to happen again. I totally see this fucking happening again. That makes too much sense to me. It's perfectly timed, especially considering Kazuya's birthday. Okay, so he says the idea that Ruka gets so flustered and her heart races too much that her heartbeat can't keep up, leading to an attack. It probably wouldn't turn into anything serious, just dizziness or shortness of breath at most. But that would interrupt her conversation with Kazuya. Still, that would just end up postponing the situation in the end, so I'd really like for Kazuya to reach some kind of conclusion. I think that would be quite fitting, for a very simple reason. To me, it isn't more so postponing the situation, more so Kazuya learning this thing about Ruka that is there the whole time. And Ruka never told him. And Kazuya put off and was not serious about learning Ruka, right? Kazuya was never serious about learning or understanding Ruka. He didn't actually get to know her. And he never let Ruka get to know him. And if he never got to know Ruka, did he ever actually take the time to truly get to know Chizuru? Do you see how that can work? It's not putting off an issue, rather it's showing Kazuya's own inaction, or his actions, whatever he chooses to do, resulted in that situation because he didn't know. So let's say Kazuya does decide, okay, maybe I'll go through with this or something, right? I doubt it. And let's say he does go through with this and Ruka ends up in the hospital. Because he didn't go out of his way to fucking learn about Ruka's heart condition, he didn't know what the fuck he was walking into, and he got her in the hospital. Do you see the issue? Let's say Kazuya doesn't go through with this, and maybe Ruka tries to touch him, tries to get all over him or something, right? And he never considers that like maybe him or her touching him in this condition might overstimulate her, right? And that's why I think it's gonna be it's something Kazuya has to learn about in regards to her heart condition, because he has to know how to be able to help her or understand, and because he doesn't know how to help her or deal with her issues or doesn't know anything about her, it results in that situation. Now, I don't think Kazuya is going to do anything, right? I don't think that Kazuya will do anything. I think Ruka might try to do something, right? Ruka's clearly like wants to do something with Kazuya, so I could see Ruka maybe trying to push a little bit, like, okay, why don't you want to do something? I'm confused. Like, all that stuff happened. Is Kazuya aware of her heart condition? No, he doesn't know. He has no clue. So if Ruka ends up in the hospital as a byproduct of Kazuya's action or inaction, that's a huge deal. That's a huge fucking deal. Because he didn't go out of his way to fucking learn about her heart condition. Right? An evolution of Ruka's forced kiss. Pretty much. An evolution of the forced Ruka kiss. And that would be a big deal, because if Kazuya didn't know, and he let her stay in his house, and he got all up in her business by accident, and he never considered how this might have been the result, right? That element is important for Kazuya's character, because he didn't learn enough. He didn't go out of his way to actually learn and understand things. He let other people tell him what to do. He stayed ignorant. And this aligns well with his test. He took this test that he's clearly unprepared for and didn't think about. So do you see why I think the heart condition has a very real chance of coming back? Because Kazuya didn't take the time to actually learn and think about this, and actually understand Ruka and get to know her. And if he didn't get to know Ruka and understand her, he didn't get to know Mami and understand her, and he clearly didn't actually get to know and understand Chizuru. He let Minnie tell him who Chizuru is. Just like a lot of people let AI tell them what this thing is instead of actually learning themselves. Do you see why that's so important? Fuck, I like tap the mic with my mouth. Do you see why I genuinely think that's the thing that's being disguised here, right? You're seeing Ruka physically vulnerable. What you don't realize is you're about to see how her actual physical vulnerable condition and her actual emotional vulnerability in relation to her physical condition, right? Because even just now, Ruka's clearly overstimulated, right? She's clearly blushing ear to ear. This is a lot for her as it is. So even if nothing happens, just Kazuya like staring at her could freak her out or something, right? Because I think that's what something that could happen. I could see Kazuya definitely staring, right? Because Kazuya has to look. He can't turn away. What the fuck is he gonna do? And I think Kazuya just staring might be too stimulating, and it might be overwhelming, and that could end her up in the hospital, right? That could be an important element, right? She's out of breath. She can't breathe. She's already blushing like crazy. You're already seeing it. She's already blushing like fucking crazy. So this could be a lot, especially considering this parallels Chizuru in chapter 398, where after she kisses Kazuya, she's out of breath. So let's say Ruka tries to kiss him again, right? Let's say Ruka tries to kiss him again here. But because there's so much skin contact, it's too stimulating. Let's say Ruka tries to kiss him again, and because of the skin contact, it's too stimulating, and Kazuya realizes, like, okay, shit, I kind of let this happen. Right? I kind of let this situation happen. And I think that makes a lot of sense, in my opinion. So let's see. The teaser for next time, we already said it's. I'm personally fine with it. If this is Ruka's line, it would be an expression like responding to Ruka's request. But since I don't think Kazuya would make any demands, it's tricky, isn't it? Right? I think it's Ruka's line. It makes a lot of sense for it to be Ruka's line. Now that chapter 403 is dropping, I just remember that the exact opposite chapter is 304, with Chizuru on her period. And you could also consider chapter 340. And we already talked about this last stream, I believe. But chapter 340 is... Guess what? Guess what chapter it is? Guess what fucking chapter it is? It's the chapter where Kazuya gets asked, have you ever cheated on your partner? And he thinks about what? The kiss. He thinks about the kiss. Does that count as cheating? No, Ruka-chan forced herself on me. Besides, it's not like Mizuhara and I are together, so it's fine, right? I didn't fucking cheat. Nope. Nopity, nopity, nope. I didn't fucking cheat. We're not together. It's perfectly fine, right? I totally like didn't let that happen. I totally drew clear boundaries, right? Yes, Ruka did kiss him, but it happened again. And he didn't draw clear boundaries with her. And he lets Ruka touch him, just as he lets Minnie touch him. This parallels Minnie, right? Kazuya is getting, the point is Kazuya's getting really close to essentially cheating. He's getting really fucking close. I mean, Ruka-chan is technically my trial girlfriend. Isn't like I'm cheating with Mizuhara. Isn't it more like I'm cheating with Mizuhara? I don't know anymore. What is this guy's life, right? What is this guy's life, right? Hey, don't freak out. I'm not judging you. I will, however, post this on my socials. No, what the fuck, right? So Kazuya says no. I swear to God, I haven't. I'm so glad this happened now and not on the date. And then in the date, what happens? Kazuya presses it super fast. He's like, no, I didn't fucking do it. And Chizuru's like, huh? Right? So I do think that's going to be something that's going to have to be discussed. It's like, okay, Kazuya should like tell Chizuru, okay, Ruka kissed me. Ruka kissed me. Right? Mommy kissed me. Ruka kissed me another time. Right? I could see Ruka's condition kicking in because of overstimulation. It isn't necessary that she needs to go to the hospital. It would be enough if Ruka needed to stop because of her heart couldn't keep up. No, I think Ruka going to the hospital is very, very fitting. Why? Because that's how it all began. That happened on Kazuya's birthday. It would be so thematically paralleling to have Kazuya end up exactly where Chizuru was. Literally, like, incredible thematic paralleling to have Kazuya end up exactly where Chizuru was. Kazuya is about to end the lies. Chizuru gets a phone call from the hospital. Kazuya says, everything began from this moment. My grandma collapsed. A direct parallel to the very start of the series. Kazuya goes to the hospital with Chizuru. Sayuri is fine. There's no issues. Chizuru looked like she wanted to go so badly, I'd have to go to her funeral. Okay, anyways. Kazuya's like, oh, Mizuhara wanted to come to my parents' place. She gives him the stare, right? They're acting like a couple, right? They're acting like a total couple here. The grandmas are staring at them. What if, and it would be so interesting, Kazuya ends up in the same exact position, but with Ruka's parents. Are you her boyfriend? No, there's no way. Ruka wouldn't have a boyfriend. Kazuya sure does look like boyfriend material with that hair. He doesn't have his gaudy hair. He has his hair dyed black. He's searching for a job. He seems serious, right? He brings her to the hospital. What a caring young gentleman. What a wonderful young gentleman. Seriously, do you not see the setup? Seriously, do you not see the setup? I could totally see Kazuya, like, seeing Ruka in a bad shape and wanting to take her to the hospital, which then creates an amazing scenario because what? It ends up paralleling Steins Gate. Why? Kazuya, like Okuba, is trying to save Ruka from dying, right? Because of her heart condition. And he feels guilty and he wants to help her and he can't actually save her. So he keeps acting for Ruka to make sure Ruka is happy, just like Chizuru was acting to keep their family happy. In so doing, he can understand exactly how Chizuru felt. He is literally being put in Chizuru's shoes so he can understand her better, just so he can understand Ruka better, and literally being placed in where she is. It comes full circle because the whole point I was explaining before, Kazuya does not understand these characters. He doesn't actually know them. He doesn't actually know Ruka. He didn't know. He's dated her for nearly 2 fucking years or a year or something. And he never knew about this heart condition. He never knew about this heart condition. That's fucking crazy, dude. What do you mean? You were dating this girl for a whole fucking year and you didn't know about this? The fuck? The fuck? Okay, so give me a second. Let me turn on the light. It's getting... The lighting is terrible. So just as Kazuya doesn't know this thing about Ruka that he learns about, he also doesn't know what the fuck Chizuru has been going through. And there is a particular thing he knows he doesn't know about Chizuru. Mommy. He doesn't know Mommy's circumstances. He doesn't know about this thing with Mommy's not boyfriend that she hangs out with. He doesn't know what the fuck went down between Mommy and Chizuru. Hey, Kazuya, aren't there things you've been ignoring? Hey, Kazuya, aren't there things you've been ignoring? Right? And the last chapter, I was talking about how there's this element of forgetting, right? There's this element of forgetting. Kazuya chose to forget, right? He forgot all about Ruka, just as we forgot all about Ruka. And then suddenly Ruka calls as if it's like, hey, remember? Literally because what was last chapter? Right? What was the whole thematic idea of last chapter? Last chapter, the opening page is us looking at the past from a very particular angle. Hey, remember those old times? Remember those old times? Right? And what does Mommy ask him? Hey, do you still love me? And then in contrast, we cut to Ruka, and where do we see Ruka? At her home of origin, which we have not seen since chapter 28. 28, chapter 28. Do you see this element of going back to the past? How is it Kazuya's fault that he doesn't know about Kazuya's heart condition? You mean Ruka's heart condition? Because if you're going to date someone and they're going to want to, and you know they're going to engage in physical activities with you, and they want to, right? Because he knows Ruka will fucking do this. Ruka has always hugged him. Ruka has always appeared fine. He never considered to like check up on her or get to actually know her. The point is that it's not so much about the heart condition, it's the fact that Kazuya didn't actually get to know Ruka. He only acted out getting to know her. He didn't actually get to know Ruka. It's the same thing with Chizuru. He didn't actually fully get to know Chizuru. He just observed her. He didn't actually talk to her. That's the point. Not Kazuya, like, why didn't you know? It's because Kazuya literally didn't talk to Ruka. He didn't actually get to know her. Right? Ruka never opened up about this. That's a good question. Why did Ruka never open up about this? Why did Ruka never tell me? Maybe it's because she didn't feel comfortable enough to tell me. Maybe it's because I always kept her on edge. I always kept her at a distance. Isn't that literally what Kazuya does? Right? What did I say about this chapter? What did I say about this chapter? What are you seeing happening in this chapter? Right? Throughout the entire chapter, Kazuya is above Ruka. Right? Kazuya is literally sitting above Ruka. He's sitting on his bed. At the very end of the chapter, they're finally sitting on the same height. Right? At the very end of the chapter, they're finally at the same exact height. Kazuya came down to her level. But he's completely out of his element too. Because he doesn't actually know Ruka. If he actually knew Ruka, this might not have surprised him. Right? If he actually knew Ruka, this might not have surprised him. And the role's essentially reversed because what happens, Ruka is above him now. The entire chapter starts with Kazuya being above Ruka. Right? But interestingly enough, Ruka's the one standing in the beginning. And yet again, at the very end, Ruka is also standing. Right? So Ruka kneels down below him. And then finally, Ruka comes back to the initial position she had, which was above him. Right? We literally came full circle. The very start of the chapter, she's standing, he's sitting. Then they're finally on equal footing. Right? They're finally on equal footing. They're finally equals. But Kazuya is completely out of his element here. He didn't see this coming because he never actually got to fucking know her. Right? Kazuya isn't actually comfortable being Ruka's equal. That's why he sits on the bed. He's not actually comfortable being her equal. Because Kazuya's never had the time to process being someone else's equal. He's always been just out of his element. He didn't take the time to actually get to know Ruka, actually be like a connection with her. That's the issue. Now that chapter 304 is dropping, I just remember, okay, you already, wait, what? You wrote that wrong, and you wrote this earlier too. Why'd you write it again? You wrote that again, but you wrote it wrong this time. As we know about the period chapter. But why is that relevant now? Kazuya got to learn this thing about Chizuru. Chizuru opened up to him about this thing. She felt comfortable enough to tell him about this thing. Right? Chizuru was comfortable enough with Kazuya in chapter 304 that she told him she was on her period. Right? She was comfortable enough with him in chapter 304 that she told him about her period. But Ruka never felt comfortable enough with Kazuya to open up about this. Huh. Kazuya never did... What did we see Kazuya... Oh my god. What do you see Kazuya doing in this chapter? I need to do something. I need to do something for her. Huh. What if we come back full circle to that? Kazuya feels the need to do something for Ruka now. Because he didn't actually do anything for her. Huh. How interesting. Right? Kazuya's happy. He's getting what he wants. Right? I'd do anything for her. Huh. It's almost like that might come back full circle. Kazuya wanting to do something for Chizuru. Kazuya wanting to do something for Ruka. Because he feels like he did something wrong. Right? What do we see? Chizuru hidden in the shadow. Chizuru is sleeping. She's not okay. Does she have a cold? What? Did I do something wrong? He makes it about himself, right? He cooks her this food. He's being caring and supportive, only to realize he's completely and utterly out of his depth. And guess what? They look like equals, right? How fitting. Full circle. This ends with them on the ground. That ends with them standing. I just think that Kazuya's thought process throughout chapter 304 to 306 is something he's completely not doing right now, the way he was thinking about what he might be on Chizuru's mind and her struggles. Yeah. Well, that is the opposite of what's going on, but also that's also relevant to Ruka. Because he doesn't know what the fuck Ruka's going through, and he's going to end up in the same exact scenario that he did with Chizuru with her period. Something he literally never even processed or thought about. Damn, like, Reishi's fucking cooking good. Holy crap. No, I doubt they would break up. I feel like Kazuya would actually feel like he owes her. I would actually feel like Kazuya feels like he owes her, and he doesn't, like, have a right to break up with Ruka. Right? Because before he wanted to end things, now he feels like he can't. He's the reason she ended up in the hospital. What right does he have to ask her to break up? That's why I think Ruka might be the one to end the relationship eventually. Not yet, right? I think rather the status quo is going to be perpetuated for all the wrong reasons. For all the wrong reasons. I think the status quo is going to be perpetuated for all the wrong reasons. So Ruka is kind of doing Kazuya's ecchi Chizuru dream. Pretty much. I even pointed this out. I can read what I wrote. No, not this. Okay. Where to Girlfriend, chapter 402 feels like a chapter about looking behind the curtain. It starts with Kazuya looking at Ruka's skirt and ends with the curtain being closed and Kazuya looking at Ruka wearing a swimsuit. But this hides a secret of truly seeing another, right? So that's the idea, is like you don't actually fully see Ruka. That's the whole point. They look at each other, but they don't actually see each other. They don't know each other. They don't actually know the other person, right? And I think that's the important element, is because that's exactly what's going on with Chizuru and Kazuya, and that's why Chizuru felt like she's not in love with Kazuya enough to date him. Maybe that's a huge part of it. She doesn't actually fully know him. He keeps hiding himself. He keeps not letting himself out, and Kazuya doesn't actually know Chizuru. Or maybe Chizuru does know him, right? Or she thinks she knows him. But Kazuya doesn't actually fully know Chizuru or want to know Chizuru, right? He's living in a fantasy, right? He's conveniently removing the negative stuff and only seeing the positive stuff, right? And when in reality, love is about sharing everything. A lot of the chapter is built on first times. Ruka's first time at Kazuya's new place, first time seeing his hair, first time seeing online tests, and of course, her actual first time with sex. But this hides a lot of lies, that a lot of these firsts aren't actually firsts at all. Ruka saw Kazuya's hair from photos first, so this isn't actually the first time. We didn't see her reaction. We were robbed. Ruka isn't the first one at Kazuya's place, it was Minnie. To Ruka, the online test is new, but to Kazuya, it isn't, right? Well, Kazuya says it's his... There's a part where she says it's my first time or something. Let me double check that. Is it Kazuya's first time? Ruka says it's my first time too, but yeah, right here. So let's see. I forgot the online test for the company was due today. Online test. It's a first for me too. It's kind of like an aptitude test on the computer, but I apparently use it for intern screening. Kazuya doesn't feel like he's... Yeah, Kazuya doesn't feel new to this, but Ruka says she's new. It's a first for her, but I don't think it's a first for him. Ruka says it's a first for me too, but I don't think it's a first for Kazuya. Let's see. Ruka saw... Okay, so he said this. To Ruka, the online test is new, but to Kazuya, it isn't. She doesn't get to experience it with him. Now, none of this is new either. We've been here before. The story is literally pointing that out. When Ruka stayed over at Kazuya's place, she brought a condom for sex. On Kazuya's last birthday, Ruka had her first kiss with Kazuya. It's as if we've time traveled or looped back, right? So if you remember, last time she stayed over, she brought a condom, right? This time, are you really okay with being your first, Ruka? No, of course she isn't, right? She was his first kiss. She was the first kiss with him, not with a first being a half-assed relationship like this. I'm sorry, Ruka. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Aren't we looping back to that? I think what this chapter is secretly hiding is that Kazuya possibly really knowing Ruka. Everything about this chapter is a disguise. It comfortably hides the obvious in your face and looks too nice and cute. A perfect couple hiding the foundational lie of their relationship. Sex is also about visibly seeing someone vulnerable, not just the physical act. This is something Ruka is clearly struggling with in the swimsuit and the curtains. She wants Kazuya to lead because she doesn't actually know what she wants or what she's doing. She just thinks she does. It's curiosity, right? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, fuck me. Where's cat stuff? Curiosity killed the cat. Oh my God. Curiosity killed the cat. Oh my God. She literally wears cat stuff. And she's curious about trying this thing. But she has a hard time looking and feels overwhelmed. Oh my God. Curiosity killed the cat. Jesus. I don't think she's literally dying. I don't think Reiji would actually kill like Ruka. He fucking loves Ruka. Why the fuck would he kill her? But no, like it's literally like, oh, she's actually gonna end up in the hospital. I think it's literally a play on that word, curiosity killed the cat, or the phrase. She's too curious and it's gonna end up blowing up in her face. To me, this underpins the actual issue at play. Ruka sees Kazuya's hair, but doesn't actually see him fully. She thinks she does. Just as Kazuya looks at Ruka's skirt, but doesn't want to look behind the curtain, knowing what is there. With the curtain mirroring his dream in chapter 393, right? You get a peek behind the curtain here, right? This is Kazuya's deepest, darkest desire, right? And you're getting a peek behind the curtain. In 393, we are peeking behind the curtain to the deepest, darkest desires of Kazuya's heart, his physical desire and lust to be desired by Chizuru. These events reverse themselves with Ruka. Chizuru, in the dream, mirrors Ruka, and it's that very desire coming back to haunt him. Right? Look at this. I love you so much. I'll tell you again and again and again. I really love you, Kazuya. Is he not just seeing Ruka in his dream? Not actually Chizuru. Right? Is he literally not seeing Ruka in his dream, not actually Chizuru? Right? Like, literally, the way Chizuru assaults him in the dream is literally how Ruka assaults him. Right? She's literally fucking all over him. He's seeing Ruka. He's not seeing Chizuru. Right? Chizuru in the dream jumps him just like Ruka jumps him. Except here, these events are reversed. Now we are on the other side of the curtain. Not peeking as Kazuya was, but actually in the shadows that hide the darkness underneath. And we have to look and get uncomfortable. However, Ruka is actually embarrassed and vulnerable. She doesn't know what she's doing or what she wants, right? And I think her being completely out of her element matches the heart condition situation. She asks Kazuya to lead because she can't herself, but also because she doesn't want to force herself on him. Something we see in the chapter, her being understanding of him, right? He's like, oh no, Ruka's gonna freak out, right? We saw this, and then, nope, I'm sure, do your best, right? Very supportive. Ruka wants to change, not just herself, but the relationship, right? She searches for new experiences. She's curious. She doesn't want stagnation. Ruka tends to look at things in a very physical sense, but what if her relationship instead changes emotionally? For example, Kazuya learning about her heart condition. When we see Ruka, she is in shadows and her eyes are not visible. And the final shot of her is her back. We never see her face after the spread where she is first revealed. This is her deepest, darkest desire that she's showing Kazuya. This contrasts how Kazuya hides, or rather, she's in Kazuya's deepest, darkest desire, right? She thinks this is what she wants, but she doesn't actually know. This contrasts how Kazuya hides his deepest, darkest desires and avoids conflict, right? Ruka doesn't know, which is why her resolve is somewhat hesitant, right? She's doing this, but she's clearly hesitating. And it's because maybe she doesn't actually know if she wants this, right? She's just curious. She doesn't know if this is actually what she wants. This is important because it literally matches the theme of the future and what you actually want to do. To get what you want, you must be ready for rejection and conflict. You must ask for what you desire. Ruka in this chapter is both selfish and selfless. She gets Kazuya a gift. She wants him to be happy, but she also wants to ask something even if it's not her birthday. Kazuya, in contrast, appears to be backed into a proverbial corner. There is nowhere left to run. His inaction with Ruka has caught up with him, and he must make a choice. There's no keeping this quiet anymore. It's a lose-lose situation. No one wins here, despite how it looks. This is why I think Ruka's heart condition might make a return. She gets overstimulated and might end up needing to go to the doctor, to which then Kazuya might end up in Chizuru's position, the fake boyfriend that Ruka introduces to her parents. Serious, like the ring of his birthday party, right? The teaser next time is, personally, I'm fine with it. I think people said it could be Ruka saying this, which makes some sense, like Kazuya asking if she's really okay for her first time to be with Kazuya. And Ruka says she's fine with it. This aligns with the birthday party and the kiss. Kazuya isn't okay with it, though. He knows he's wronging Ruka here and would never agree. That's why I think the sex is a misdirect from emotional vulnerability and Kazuya knowing about Ruka's heart condition. Really seeing her flaws that are actually hidden underneath, right? Because when the whole element of sex is about intimacy, and intimacy is about literally seeing someone vulnerable and weak and actually seeing their flaws, right? Kazuya has this element in the when he's living with Chizuru, where remember I talked about this chapter. I still think this chapter is a bigger deal. Remember chapter 318, the mole chapter, where Kazuya searches on the mole on Chizuru's inner thigh, right? And he's looking for an imperfection because he's curious. He wants to know, right? But he keeps holding back. So he lets his curiosity take control. It's Kazuya, it's a double meaning. On one area, it's morally gray, like Kazuya, what the fuck are you doing? On the other hand, he is accepting his dark desires and actually going after something. And it ends up being entertaining to watch. Like, hey, he's doing something that's morally fucking gray, and you might not like Kazuya for this. But at the same time, he's also accepting himself and being true to who he is rather than running away. This contrasts the later parts of the arc where he stops denying what he actually wants. This flips back onto Ruka herself and her actually chasing what she wants or what she thinks she wants, right? Because she's new to this. She doesn't know what she actually wants. To me, this feels like the perfect chance for Kazuya to actually get to know Ruka better and understand why she struggles so much with feeling like she's missing something and what Kazuya means to her. In making a mistake and learning this, Kazuya could talk to her properly. This aligns while considering Ruka seemingly parallels Chizuru in chapter 401 and how Chizuru's heart was beating out of her chest in chapter 398. And if Chizuru felt that overwhelmed by a kiss, imagine how Ruka will react now that she appears like her. She even says the words, strange, like Chizuru. Chizuru says she's becoming strange. Mommy says she's said something strange. And now Ruka says she's asking something strange. This is no coincidence. It's about losing control of yourself. And Ruka's heart, literally reminding her of her lack of control in her childhood, aligns with this. This mirrors Kazuya's own lack of control over his life. He's not actually in control. He is, in fact, giving up control and doesn't see his own lack of control. His hair is emblematic of this issue, as it is not something he did for himself, but for someone else, losing his identity. On Kazuya's last birthday, he was going to end the lies when Chizuru received a call that Sayuri had collapsed at the third hospital. And if you guys remember, what did Chizuru do then? Kazuya wanted to tell her the truth because she's fucking dying, right? And Chizuru's like, why should I make someone who's already about to fucking die and is suffering unhappy? Shouldn't they die happier, right? And then Kazuya later argues with Chizuru, but you should do it because you should do it for you, right? What does Kazuya tell Chizuru? You should put yourself first and what you fucking want. Because I'm pretty sure that's what she would want. Isn't it thematically fitting to turn that the fuck around on Kazuya, who refuses to put what he wants first? Wouldn't it be so incredibly thematically fitting to turn that the fuck around and throw that right back at Kazuya? Right? Mizuhara, you're just dragging this out, aren't you? I've thought about this a lot, carrying on with this lie because we didn't want to disappoint her. Is that really just fine? What is the teaser for next time? What is the teaser with next time? Personally, I'm fine with it. What is the teaser for next time? Personally, I'm fine with it. What did Chizuru tell Kazuya in chapter 90? Wait a minute. I don't want to tell her. It seems Grandma has taken a liking to you. Also, At the very least, she's worried I'll be alone when she's gone. Nothing good will come of her telling her bad news right before she dies. We're not going out, right? Right, we're not. If that's so, then we can't lie anymore. I'm begging you, we went past just a lie a long time ago. Isn't this just fine? Isn't this fine? Grandma could go out thinking that I found a wonderful person, and things would just be fine, just like that. Isn't this fine? Doesn't this literally align with the fucking title? Are you going to keep it up to the very end? Are you going to keep acting tough, keep lying to your last living relative? You really think you can do that without a shred of guilt? Because I'm pretty sure Grandma Sayuri doesn't want that. Are you really going to be able to tell yourself that you have no regrets? And you're saying that now. We were on board. You were on board, weren't you? But I don't think I am anymore. She might not forgive you. She could die and never forgive you. That's fine. What? I'm fine with that because all I want is for you to put yourself and your feelings first. This is so happening. This is so happening. Reiji is so gonna fucking call back to this, and it's gonna be maybe Chizuru saying this to him. Bro, if Chizuru fucking says this to him, or if Ruka says this to him, gold. Absolute gold, because who's not putting his fucking feelings first? Who's the one who keeps putting off his fucking feelings? Who's the one who's not actually putting his fucking feelings first? Kazuya. He refuses to fucking put his feelings first. He refuses to actually fucking acknowledge himself. Dude, I want this to oh my god, if this is the setup. Oh my god, if this is the setup. Oh my lord in heaven, if this is the setup. My day is fucking made. My day is fucking made, okay? Dude? You're making yourself look like a fool. You're not as smart as you think you are. Do you know what? Do you want to know something about me? I despise sad truths. Was she right? Is Kazuya a hypocrite? Yeah, kinda. That's life. At some point, you will become a hypocrite. You do things long enough, you might become hypocritical. Right? And maybe you don't even realize you're doing this. Like, right? Maybe you don't even realize you're fucking doing this. Because Kazuya doesn't realize he's doing this. Right? I think this is the perfect chance for Chizuru to fucking call him out on his shit. Right? I think that would be so fitting. Damn, now I really want to rewatch Steins Gate. I really want to fucking rewatch Steins Gate. Right? It would be interesting if Ruka says this to him. I want Chizuru to say this to him. Right? I want Chizuru to fucking say this to him. I think that would be so fitting. Right? I think that would be so fitting if Chizuru's the one who says this to him. If this does happen, then how will Chizuru know how Ruka know that Ruka is in the hospital? I don't know. Maybe it's Grandma Nagomi passing. I don't fucking know. Could be Grandma Nagomi passing. I don't know. But I do think Ruka is going to be relevant to this, right? Because Kazuya keeps lying to Ruka. So Ruka being relevant to this seems kind of important, right? Kazuya not putting his feelings first is definitely a prevalent theme here. It's definitely a very big prevalent theme here. Was she right? What's the point in making her sad? That's a good question. She knows as well as I do that Grandma Sayuri wouldn't hate me for telling the truth. But what she said, that's proof that she's feeling guilty, right? And if she's feeling guilty and carries on pretending like this, she may regret it someday. And that's the problem. None of us would want that. And Grandma Sayuri, I'm sure she'd understand. Who gives a shit about me? Right now, the only thing I want on Mizuharu's mind is her own happiness. At any rate, there's nothing I could do, not anymore. I can't do anything for Mizuharu anymore. No, there is something. Yeah, it just feels like we're totally calling back to this. Like, come on. On Kazuya's last birthday, he was going to end the lies when Chizuru received a call that Sayuri had collapsed on the third hospital. Right, third hospital. Sayuri was in room 301. Kazuya's number, Chizuru, and then the Ichinose number. What the fuck? Kazuya's family number is 3. And then the Ichinose number is 1, because Ichi is in 1. The fuck? Mirroring the start, an ending, and a beginning. This time as a reversal, Ruka might need to go to the hospital for her heart, a literal pain of love. This could spark an end where things appear like they are beginning. We expect Kazuya to end things with Ruka here, draw a line, but I doubt that. Instead, us and Kazuya going back to Ruka's origins, her start, her heart, might allow us to see a proper ending and a beginning moving forward. As Kazuya continues to act as her boyfriend for her sake, most likely lying about dating her out of guilt for Ruka's heart condition that he caused, similar to his birthday party, Ruka may eventually confront Kazuya on this and realize he's lying in an attempt to save her. But Kazuya can't be responsible for Ruka's heart condition. It is hers, not his. He should do things for himself, not because he owes anyone anything. That's not a relationship. This might help him understand what Chizuru is doing. She's also sacrificing herself for him. Both perpetuates the status quo, yet arguably making it much worse out of guilt. Ruka does not regret her relationship with Kazuya, even though it is built on a lie. But she would not want him to do things for her out of guilt, as Ruka understands the importance of selfishness. The most selfish fucking character, right? She would understand what it means to be selfless. In her selfishness, to want Kazuya to love her for real, she would selflessly push him to love for himself as she does, to choose to be selfish when he has instead chosen the lie of selflessness. That would honestly be really interesting, considering how selfless she has been recently. So now we get into the second thing I wrote. The small lie that Kazuya tells Ruka in chapter 402 about her being the first girl in his apartment, it feels really small and minor. You would never think this is a big deal. Yet, it hides a much, much bigger issue of foundational lies, making it a bigger deal than it appears. To many, Minnie is just a friend, so this is not a big deal. Yet the first time Ruka saw Minnie at Kazuya's house, she already felt uncomfortable with her, as Minnie is Ruka's inverse, admiring Kazuya for his love for Chizuru, just as Ruka loves that part of him too. They are flipped. She's just my neighbor. This meeting is only about the... Oh, wait. Where's the part where... Right, so... Ruka says, Kazuya-kun, explain what's going on to me right now, please. Did something happen behind my back again? Right, she's talking about Minnie. I came here because you said you wanted to discuss the movie, but who is this woman here? Another one's already in the group. She's just my neighbor. This meeting's only about the movie. So why is just your neighbor in your apartment at Kazuya-kun? And isn't it weird that she knows about the film project at all? No, I can explain that. Please, girlfriend, don't worry. There's nothing between Master and me. Master? What's this master stuff? So she's not just your neighbor? No, she calls me that for of her own weird reasons. Yep, nothing between us. I'm just worshiping his way of life. That's totally admitting you love him. Hey, why is that woman from 202 here in 203? She actually saw us and Ruka-chan out front. How did this all start with Minnie? Minnie saw Ruka with Kazuya and Chizuru. Ruka. Right? When she just saw Kazuya and Chizuru, she's just like, just go out and date. Right? When she saw Ruka with them, suddenly Minnie gets all involved in their business. She's filming them. She's doing a bunch of weird stuff. It's almost like she's Ruka's inverse and would do something weird like Ruka. What did Ruka do? Ruka recorded herself on the phone and told Kazuya, I swear I'll do this if you go out with me. What did Minnie do? Just as Ruka seemingly blackmailed Kazuya, Minnie also has this thing on Kazuya she could blackmail him with and does nothing with it. It's like they're inverses. They literally did the same thing. They literally met Kazuya in the same exact fucking way. They got blackmail on him that they didn't actually use, which ultimately got them into his life. Right? Minnie worships Kazuya's way of life for Chizuru. Ruka likes Kazuya. Why? Because he's serious about Chizuru, who's a rental girlfriend. Huh. They literally parallel. They're fucking inverted. Wait, isn't this bad? This is bad, isn't it? Yeah, but she's all right and she's keeping it secret. I'm his girlfriend. Get any closer to him and you'll pay. I know. I'm not objecting. What does Minnie fucking do later? All up in Kazuya's business, right? Literally right here. Let's not forget when Minnie came over to Kazuya's place, she got him drunk, had him carry her to copy Chizuru, messed up his apartment, and then acted like this is totally normal. Contrasting Ruka, who we first saw clean Kazuya. Contrasting Ruka in this chapter, who we first saw cleaning Kazuya's apartment. These two girls are literal opposites. Emulation and or expecting things by proxy is key, emulation and or experiencing things by proxy is key here. Ruka wants Kazuya's love for Chizuru for herself, so she directly asks him to date her instead because she is real and Chizuru isn't. In contrast, Minnie admires Kazuya's love and rather than find her own, she lives through his, right? I'm a rental girlfriend too. I'm just like Chizuru, but I'll be real. She's fake. Minnie, from here on out, I'm going to call you Master, right? This the long story short. Minnie, starry-eyed, starts admiring him, right? She worships his way of life. Minnie is Ruka's inverse. They are far more connected than they appear. When Ruka disappears from the story, the person who selfishly, actively wants to be with Kazuya, Minnie is here, selfishly shipping Kazuya and Chizuru, trying to force them together, not realizing she divides, right? Ruka is literally between them and wants to take Chizuru's place. Minnie is in between them and tries to ship them. Isn't that interesting? They're literally inverted. Minnie then starts catching some feelings for Kazuya, but lying to herself in her non-committal, as she gets the experience Chizuru was supposed to have, being his rental to her rental. Kazuya, in contrast, starts seeing Minnie as a girl, something he forgot about and didn't process, right? Most people would agree that Yamori-san is incredibly beautiful. I've never really paid attention to that since we've always felt like just friends. But I bet there are tons of men begging for her the chance to go to Joypolis with a girl like her. We're just checking the place out, just checking it out. Right? Kazuya calls her cute. Minnie is like, oh, that was very good. She pets him like a dog. Just like Ruka pets him in this chapter. Huh. Don't make fun of me. Boom. Blushes. Oh, this is not time for me to be blushing? Okay, it's your turn, Yamori-san. Okay. To me, Kazuya and Minnie are the question of, can a guy and a girl be friends? But also its contrast. Can friends also accidentally catch feelings in sharing experiences they maybe shouldn't have? AKA getting too invested in the other person. This perfectly mirrors Ruka, right? Remember this? You're a brave hero and I'll be cheering you on from the front row, right? Minnie definitely started like getting too invested in Kazuya. This is fundamental to the Joypolis date. As much of the experience with Chizuru is not the first time to Kazuya, while to Chizuru, who when they're 7 times, is experiencing this all anew with him. This also contrasts Ruka's actual first time and how it is built on a lie too, right? Chizuru tells him, you've been here before, right? With Ruka-chan. In reality, Kazuya said, I had Yamori-san with me. You can ask her if you want. Besides, it's not the same. Yours is because of your job. But then Chizuru points out to him, let's see what Chizuru says right here. Of course, I intend to quit being a rental girlfriend, but you always say stuff like that. But you know what I think? If you can imagine your partner being with the opposite sex and not feeling anything, that's not really love. So if you don't like it, I want you to tell me. Most people think this is about Ruka. What if it's about Minnie? What if this is actually secretly about Minnie and we just think it's Ruka? Right? Chizuru focuses a lot on Ruka in that date, not realizing she's actually starting to understand exactly how Ruka feels. Chizuru's starting to get exactly how Ruka fucking feels. Because she's literally in Ruka's fucking position. She's literally exactly how Ruka... She's literally exactly where Ruka is, right? Watching Kazuya hang out with a different girl and worried about Ruka, right? So Ruka's placed in the main girl position when in reality Minnie is. Kazuya's spending all his time with Minnie. Huh. Right? Isn't that interesting? Kazuya doesn't process this. Chizuru throughout the day constantly asks Kazuya if the thing he is doing with her, he has done with Ruka. This is because all of this is actually a first for her. She went to Joypolis before as a rental, but she is a total newbie to dating. Ironically, mirroring Ruka herself. In reality, nearly everything Kazuya said and did wasn't because he did it with Ruka, but rather because he did it with Minnie, who, wait for it, is just a friend, right? So it's stupid to be bothered by that, right? Is it starting to click? The small lie in chapter 342 is a big deal, right? Do you say that kind of stuff to Ruka-chan too? Remember this, right? Kazuya kept calling her cute. Why was Kazuya calling her cute in the first place? It's right there. That's not it, Mizuhara. That's not what I'm trying to say. Right now, anything more than some weirdo staring at her. Well, I was just thinking, you're cute. I said it. He imagines Minnie praising him. Wow, amazing, master. I kind of pushed through it, though. And Chizuru says, do you say that kind of stuff to Ruka-chan, too? Not realizing it was Minnie. The whole fucking time. Remember when Chizuru heard about Minnie and Kazuya hanging out? And then Minnie texts her. And look at Chizuru. She tries to text her, you look like you had a fun time. I heard that you ate with him yesterday. Did you guys talk about anything? She's clearly jealous. He's fucking hanging out with Minnie. What the shit? Right? And she has every right to be jealous. Kazuya's like out here hanging out with Minnie, and like it's clearly not platonic, but she's just a friend, right? She's just a friend, right? You shouldn't take this seriously. And then Chizuru deletes the message and he says, this is so stupid. No, it is not stupid. She's fucking right. It is not stupid. The source of Ruka's desire for sex is because Kazuya was chasing Chizuru's keychain, aka chasing Chizuru. This first time is a lie, even if neither have had sex. Oh wow, I said sex with this here, but then I just wrote normal sex here. That's funny. And at this point of the relationship, and the point of a relationship is to share real experiences with each other, not to do it based on lies. This little lie roots itself back to Kazuya experiencing with This little lie roots itself back to Kazuya experiencing things with Minnie first instead of Chizuru, the one he wanted to actually experience this with and chose not to. A perfect mirror to Ruka, but now on a much larger and consequential scale. All of chapter 432 is the lie of first times. This is now impacting Ruka too, as he experiences a lot of things with Minnie and even Chizuru first, and now it's looping all the way back around to the big experience like sex, something that, if it happens, is cheating and even robs Chizuru and himself of a first with their true lover. So, Romance Saga says Minnie has the relationship that the other ladies want with Kazuya, except it's platonic. It's a bell I've been ringing for a very long time. I said it's funny you mentioned this because this was clearly Mommy's reaction upon meeting Minnie. So right, remember what Mommy says here. That girl who was with you, is she a friend? Right, you mean Miyamori-san. She's my junior at Nirama U. I want to come and check out Joypolis, so I figured I'd invite her too. I see. Huh. Interesting. What does Kazuya do right after? He proceeds to ask her, Mommy-chan, what about that guy that was with you? Is he your boyfriend? Right? And then Mommy proceeds to tell him, no, he's not my boyfriend. Huh. asking if she is a friend, while Kazuya asks if Hakuba is her boyfriend. Appearances, boundaries, and how relationships function is really important here. This is fascinating. Oh wait, see, Varicus is heading off. I'm off today. I'll be watching the rest of the stream later. See ya. Have a good day. Take care, dude. So this person points out, I've thought this for a while. Kazuya has clearly been closer to dating Minnie than any of the other girls. And they, Chizuru and Mami, so far have obviously noticed that. Also, he acts more aligned with his inner monologues with Minnie, closer to his real personality. I actually think this is a lie. This is the lie that's been fed to you. You think this is the truth. This is a lie that's been fed to you. Because this is fascinating, because Minnie represents the audience. And many readers want Kazuya to become a good guy, not realizing what they actually want is for him to conform. I wrote conform. Want him to conform. That's why Minnie is mirrored by AI. Those aren't really Kazuya's thoughts. They're Minnie's thoughts. This isn't actually what Kazuya is fucking thinking. This is what Minnie is thinking. This is her thoughts being imprinted onto his. She makes him conform. Change, right? That's the whole point of her mirroring AI, because what does AI do? AI confidently tells you what you want to hear, even if it's fucking wrong. That's why I get annoyed as shit when people use ChatGPT, because it will never admit it's fucking wrong. It will tell you things confidently, and it will be wrong. Like I've heard of cases from people where there's people who are like fucking suicidal, and this thing literally tells them, oh yeah, no, this is a good thing. Yeah, you should do it this way. This is how you should go and do it. Instead of being like, bro, go seek a fucking medical professional. Don't talk to me. Right? No, it's fucked up. Okay? Like literally AI and ChatGPT and that shit is fucked up. And that's literally what Minnie is. That's why Reiji shows Kazuya talking to ChatGPT. He shows Kazuya talking to Grok on fucking Twitter of all things. Right? It's not to praise these things. He's not praising these things. He's showing you they're a fucking problem. Even in Shiunji family, he compares the dad to fucking Elon Musk, and it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. He's not actually praising him, right? He has the characters in that story engage in like AI and stuff. It has the characters be curious about this stuff. It's not a good thing. He's not actually praising Elon. He's literally saying these characters are being manipulated and forced into these roles. Literally, you remember the chapter when we were reacting to, like, I think Mother's Basement's video, where we read the chapter where all of the characters are assigned their roles by their dad. And literally, these roles tie them down, right? Arata is the leader. Shion is the support. Aoka is the main girl. Every other girl, like, has some sort of role in the family, except for Kotono, who's literally told, hey, you just have to be happy. You don't get a role, right? And that stuff, it's like, okay, that's already showing you signs of a terrible fucking parent. And if there's anything you should know about Elon, there's anything you should know about Elon, he's actually a terrible parent. He's actually a very bad parent. Like, this is like fucking documented. Like, he's a terrible fucking, his own daughter hates him. His own daughter fucking hates him. So, no, he's a terrible fucking parent. So literally, I think this is something Reiji's clearly nodding to with, like, the Shiunji family, but also something you can see here with Kazuya using Grok and using ChatGPT and talking to AI instead of actually engaging in real relationships, because this is the core of this story, right? Rental is fictional. It's not real. This is why Chizuru tries to draw these lines. That's why that's important in this story, right? Minnie always gives us what we want, but that's the irony. Minnie is literally written that way on purpose. She is just a reflection. She is just reflecting back at us what we think. Half of these aren't even really her own thoughts. It's just what other people said or her working with half information. Minnie is literally just AI. She's literally just saying what you want to fucking hear. Why do you think people like her so much? They're like, she's the people's champ. Minnie is great. She's literally saying what all of us fucking want. Not realizing in saying these things, she's actually screwing things up, right? Because she's taking the character's autonomy away. She's deciding things for them. She's doing things for them. Remember when we were reading chapter 391 and it was literally just a bunch of fucking nonsense, right? Do you remember chapter 391? Let's go to that real quick. This is right after Minnie gets the July 11th date. And look at this shit, right? First, Reiji has Minnie literally moving perfectly in sync with an AI, right? And she says, sorry, but I'm kind of in a hurry. She yelled at the AI panda. She runs at him, and look at this gibberish. Look at this spread. Look at this spread of absolutely confident gibberish, right? It's confident because literally, this is literally how AI functions. She literally just says all of the, she mixes facts, she mixes she mixes conjecture, she mixes hyperbole, she mixes like a whole bunch of things, and all of it just ends up being fucking nonsense. That's literally what AI does. It just combines a whole bunch of things and says it in the most confident fucking voice in the world, right? It confidently tells you things that are just blatantly wrong. And that's literally the point of this cover. This has nothing to do with what's actually happening, right? You're literally just seeing a fucking cafe and just some girl screaming in the background. It's absolutely fucking gibberish, and that's the point. Minnie is just like AI, confidently telling you something that's not real, making Kazuya's tears here lies, which is why Minnie says, I only see diamonds. How ironic that she calls Kazuya's tears diamonds, considering Chizuru's rental agency is called Diamond. How fucking ironic. He's living a lie. This is a lie. These tears are fake. Everything he was just told is just what he wanted to hear. Minnie just confidently told him what he wanted to hear, and the difference between her and AI is just she has some emotion backing what she's saying. That's the difference. It shows how even a person who believes their own lies can be exactly like an AI. The people who believe their own lies are the ones who go and use AI, who believe these things, who do these things. This is why that happens. The AI preys on your weaknesses, on the things that are harder for you. Everything literally, so much of the internet is just fucking AI now. It's literally everywhere. You see everybody using AI now. And this is what they want because they just make fucking money. And they don't care if it's wrong, right? They don't fucking care if it's wrong. That's the point. You get sucked into this. You get absorbed by this emotion, by this feeling because you're getting what you want, even if it's all just false and fiction. And that's exactly the point of this lie. This little tiny lie that was told in chapter 402 literally reflects a fundamental, foundational lie of their entire relationship. This tiny lie actually influences the entire chapter. It's so much infinitely bigger than just the small little moment right there, right? It's just that the tiny little thing is so much bigger than this little thing that you were told, right? The more Kazuya's going to listen to Minnie, the more I see July 11th going no different. The thing is, though, he's already breaking out of it. He's already started breaking out of it. You see it in chapter 399, or 398, sorry. 398, you literally see Kazuya like slowly kind of breaking out of the illusion. He's starting to realize what Minnie is saying is nonsense, but Minnie reaffirms it to him, right? Minnie reaffirms it to him. You know, she's like, no, I'm pretty sure I'm right. Right? Minnie's illusion is also starting to break. Everyone's illusion is slowly breaking. But they're you know, they kind of want to stick with it. They're like, no, I'm pretty sure I'm right. I think I'm right. I'm pretty sure I'm right. I'm gonna keep drinking the weird black Kool-Aid, right? I'm gonna keep drinking the weird fucking goopy doopy weird black goo shit, right? That's literally what Minnie was doing in chapter 398, right? She's like, no, I'm gonna keep drinking the weird shit. I'm gonna keep drinking the creepy weird shit. That I'm gonna stick with that. I'm pretty sure I'm right. Let me pull it up, the fucking goopy weird shit that she's fucking drinking. Right? Look at Minnie just slurping that shit down, slurping the weird goopy shit. Right? Oh no, I'm pretty sure I'm right. No, I'm pretty sure I'm right, Kazuya. Right? She literally doubles down on this later. He's like, no, I'm pretty sure I'm right. Right? I'm sure because of these three things. She gave us a timeline. She said yes to the date. Considering these three things, I'm still pretty confident that you won. Right? And because of this, no, you're living a false reality, right? You don't actually know anything, right? You're living a false reality. You don't actually know what the fuck is going on because you're not actually talking to this person. Kazuya is living in fiction. Okay. So yeah, that lie underpins the greater fictional issue. So here. Okay, so before we start Reddit, I don't think. Oh man, there's a lot. Before we start Reddit, I'm gonna take a small break. I gotta go eat something. I'll be back in just a little bit before we start Reddit. I just gotta grab something to eat. I'm a little tired. I can feel my stomach growling. I can feel it. Okay, let me read the comment first. Sorry. At first, it was Minnie forcing her opinions on Kazuya and him actually questioning it. Yeah, Kazuya used to actually fucking question what Minnie said. And then he got caught up in it. Right? He was around her too much. He was too invested in what she had to say, right? It's literally like when you use AI. It's literally the same fucking thing, right? When you start listening to the Matrix, when you start listening to your own lies, when you start believing these things, when you keep listening to what other people say, right? You eventually start to believe it. You're like, no. Maybe they have a point. Maybe they're right. Like, and that's the problem. That's the issue with AI. You keep relying on it, you'll keep listening to it, even if it's fucking wrong. That's why I've tried, like, whenever we look stuff up. That's why, like, whenever we look stuff up now, I've tried just going to actual links and not using the first AI result thing ever. Right? I've tried my best to not use the first result thing AI gives you, rather just actually going to a link and getting like actual factual information. Right? I occasionally do it sometimes by accident, but I've tried my best to not just immediately use what AI gives me anymore, right? Like, no. First, let's actually check if this is correct from like an actual source instead of just what AI is telling me. So yeah, it's the same thing. Now either he runs to her or rarely thinks of it himself. He's going to have to face Chizuru head on. Yeah, Kazuya's illusion has to break, but so does Minnie's, because Minnie has to realize she's living in fiction too. If this whole thing is Steins Gate, then Chizuru is going to be Korosu and help Kazuya. See, I don't remember what Korosu did. That's why I got okay. Short story before I go grab my food. Actually, wait. Let me grab my food and then give you the short story. So I'll be right back. It'll be quick. It'll be good. Just give me a second. I have an interesting short story for you guys, so bear with me. fuck? Wait, why is that like that? There we go. That was weird. I don't know why it was like that. Okay, so let me actually eat something first before I talk. Food. Mama fucking mia. Ooh. Dude, I already feel better. Just like a little bit of food and I'm already feeling better. In the story, Akuba turned to Korosu as she's the one he trusts the most after failing to save Miura, and she calls him out. Oh my god! Dude, that would literally be it! That would literally be what Chizuru does! Oh my god, that would literally be what Chizuru does. Fuck yeah. So wait, what was it? What about the slap? What about Miura's slap? When Miura slaps him, what happens in that scene? She like lectures him on something? What does she like lecture him on? I don't remember. It's like because he keeps acting, he keeps pretending. I haven't seen Steins Gate in such a long time, dude. Like, actually a long time. The interesting story that I was going to say was that, okay, so recently I finished binging all of OG Dragon Ball. I tried starting Z, and I just wasn't feeling it. And now I feel like watching Steins Gate. I actually want to like sit down and actually watch Steins Gate again. But then I was like, wait, can I stream Steins Gate on Patreon? And for some reason, Patreon right now says I'm not allowed to live stream for some reason. I don't qualify. I don't know why. I have to look at why I don't fucking qualify. But if I can eventually qualify for Patreon streaming, I can do private streams where we watch stuff, which would be cool as fuck. I can watch anime with you guys. We can like sit down and watch fucking anime. That'd be cool as shit. I want to watch fucking Steins Gate with you fuckers. That'd be cool as hell. I want to do that. That could be something fun we can do on there. That was when he was going crazy and delusional, and she slaps him to snap him out of it. Oh. Was that after he failed to... You know, it's funny. When you mentioned Steins Gate, Korosu is like the first person to fucking call him out on his shit. And Chizuru was the first person to call Kazuya out on his shit at the start of the series. So to bring that all the way back around would be so fitting. Right? Chizuru hasn't called Kazuya out on his shit in a fucking while. Right? Yeah, after he fails a bunch of times. Yeah, I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, it's gonna come back around, and Chizuru's gonna be the one gonna be like, hey, you need to fucking put yourself first and what you fucking want. Oh man, that would be peak as fuck. Dude, if my theory is right, peak as fuck. Both Kazuya and Ruka, both Chizuru and Ruka call Kazuya the fuck out. That would be really good. Right? Chizuru is like the main motivator. Ruka is like the second one. Bro. I fucking love Reiji. I gotta rewatch Steins Gate now. I'm craving it. Oh yeah. Starting Z is rough, dude. Starting Z is rough as fuck. They added so much goddamn filler at the start. It's really rough. Like, you start with Gohan, like, fucking wandering around a goddamn forest. And they're like, hey, look, Gohan has superpowers secretly. And I'm like, yeah, but you show that later. What's the point of, like, secretly foreshadowing it right now? Like, you show that later anyway. Literally, there's so much fucking filler at the start of of Dragon Ball Z. It's actually really rough. Like, I knew immediately there was a crap ton of filler, and that's one of the reasons that's like I kind of don't want to watch it, because I'm just like, I literally just got through like OG Dragon Ball. It was really fucking fun, but at the same time, I'm just not in the mood for filler. I just gonna get right into it, right? I just want to get right into this shit. And there's so much goddamn filler, and it's frustrating as fuck. There's also bad pacing in Dragon Ball Z OG, where like there's like the way I like when I look at like I was curious, because I saw the Raditz fight. And like I'm like, okay, this feels like the pacing kind of fucking sucks for the Raditz fight. So I went and like I pulled up the manga on the phone, and I'm like, holy shit, the structure and the pacing is so much smoother. The structure and pacing on the actual manga is so much goddamn smoother. Like literally, all the panels like flow together super fast. There's a constant sense of tension. But with Z, there's constant like moments of just like, oh, here's Raditz just fucking walking to kill Gohan, and he's like a few feet away from Goku. In the manga, no, Goku doesn't even let him take like 2 steps towards Gohan. He's just like, no, I'm stopping you right now. Piccolo, fucking kill us right now. Piccolo, fucking like put a hole in me right now. Kill this goddamn bastard. Like that's I'm like, yeah, there you go. That's actually done well. In the manga, in the anime, it's like, what the fuck? I just skipped the filler or just watched Kai. I've heard terrible things about Kai. I also want to watch the sub. I don't want to watch the dub. I grew up watching the dub, so I would prefer the sub, especially considering like there are little subtle things in there that are just like wrong in the dub. Like I don't like how Goku sounds. I actually tried watching the OG Dragon Ball dub. It's so bad. It's like the voice acting is great, but like for instance, I saw the intro and I'm like, what the fuck is this stupid intro? Just keep the original. You didn't need to put stupid fucking music to be like, hey, look how cool we are. No. Like the ta la ta cha la, like that shit's awesome as fuck. You should have just kept it, you goddamn cowards. Instead you put some stupid fucking music. The fucking announcer. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Goku was getting his shit fucking kicked in. Holy crap! It's not great. I really didn't like it. The announcer in the Japanese sounds so much more calm, and like he doesn't sound over dramatic. What he's saying is dramatic. How he's talking is not dramatic. Like I can just tell because he's speaking like, oh, you know, the intense speak bullshit. And I just also I got so used to Goku with like a hick accent because Goku's from the goddamn boonies, so like he's supposed to have like he's supposed to talk like how do you I don't know how to do the accent. He's supposed to be like a Westerner or not a Westerner like a farmer accent. He's supposed to kind of like have a farmer accent. That's Goku, right? So I got so thrown off when I heard dub Goku again, and I'm like, why the fuck does he just sound like a normal dude? And then when you find out, like, what's his name? What's the guy's name who plays Goku? He's like iconic. When he auditioned for the role, he didn't know he was playing the main character. Midwest accent. Yeah, like literally, what's his name? It was like Sean something. I forgot his name, but like literally when he auditioned for the role, he didn't know he was playing like the main character, and he didn't know who Goku was, right? So he didn't know Goku was like, yeah, Cyber Demon said it, country bumpkin. Like he didn't know Goku was supposed to have that. So Goku just sounds cool in the English dub, but he doesn't sound like a fucking country bumpkin. Sean Schemmel, yeah, it just throws me off. Having listened to Goku like in the Japanese dub for such a long time, it just threw me the fuck off. I was like, what the hell? This is weird. Like I was just not vibing with it. I did think they sounded cool, don't get me wrong. I did think they sounded cool. And like the voices are iconic as hell. But I just wanted to watch Z as it was intended. Even if it has all the shit I don't fucking like. But now I feel like I need a break because I can't stand the filler. I'm not in the fucking mood. I can't stand the filler. Like, it's so goddamn frustrating. And I don't even know if it was like something Akira Toriyama was actually involved with or not. Like, I'm not in the mood to look it up either. Goku sounds like that moronic white dude you see at the store. As a worker, you go, please don't come over here and ask me a stupid ass question. No, that's a weird one. That's not quite how I think of Goku. He does kind of sound white though. It's funny though, because Goku's supposed to be Chinese. Isn't one episode like Goku just powering up, lol? I'm assuming you've never seen Dragon Ball. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say you've never seen Dragon Ball. You know it from the memes. You learn via mitosis. Yes, Goku is a Saiyan. He's a fucking alien. But he literally lives in China. He marries a Chinese woman. He's based on Sun Wukong, the Chinese version of Hercules. He's fucking Chinese. like no, Goku is fucking Chinese. Oh wow. This is catching a lot of stuff. Damn, it is catching all that noise. Ay ay ay. Wow, it is still catching it. I'm just gonna lower the volume then. Okay. Okay, you can hear me, but barely. But now you can't hear the spoon, so that's good. Or you can. Whatever. You know, sometimes I feel like Goku because I want to eat so much goddamn food. And then I'll regret it afterwards. The Varicus' essay was interesting to say the least. Oh? Well, this should be fun. Ah. Oh, that's better. Okay. The difference between Ruka now and Ruka on the day of the storm is that she's not just a girl who wants to have sex to secure Kazuya for herself and assert herself. She had and probably still has some complex about not considering herself a mature woman like Chizuru. Now she genuinely wants it because she knows it's good and it's wonderful. Oh, no. There's a lot of assumptions. She's curious about it and she wants to try it with Kazuya. She has no idea what the fuck it is. She's completely new to this. No. This is wrong. This is completely wrong. You're right in that she's not the same person she was before. You're wrong in that she knows what the fuck she's doing. Of course, she doesn't want it at any cost. She wants it with her boyfriend, whom she loves, and has to be with him and only him. No, that's still a part of lie. That's why I think she won't give up after Kazuya says he doesn't love her, and therefore it wouldn't be right. She probably even has a comeback for that. It's no longer just one or two securities, but also for herself. It remains to be seen the heroic speech Kazuya will give to prevent her from getting hurt. His heroic speech is going to be just him telling the truth while he in her eyes with no chance of interruption. That's how she's going to get it after this. We are so fucking wrong about this. I doubt it. I fucking doubt it. I'm telling you right. Bro, if my predictions about Reddit have been like this, look, if I've said anything in the past, my predictions have been so much better than Reddit. I will just say that. Right? I've had some shitty predictions. Don't get me wrong. I've had some shitty predictions. But at times, I can just tell when something is fucking wrong. Right? I doubt it. I so fucking doubt it. Literally, this entire arc is just about Kazuya making one big fucking oopsie. Like, this entire arc is literally just about him absolutely fucking up. So I doubt this will go anywhere near a heroic fucking speech where this magically gets resolved. I don't think so. I literally, for me, at worst, the status quo is perpetuated on a much worse scale. That's what I'm fucking seeing. I'm ready to see Kazuya fuck up. Okay, I think y'all are goddamn wrong if you think Kazuya is gonna somehow save Ruka, because he fucking can't. Right? Yeah, I'm not gonna bother reading all this. She didn't reveal the secret because Kazuya would hate her if she did that. That's the reasoning she didn't she held it. Wait, what? What reasoning? The fuck? What? What is this? Ruka thinks Kazuya and Chizuru are now strangers. No fucking way she'll accept the situation. But on the contrary, she feels legit cheated and or former rental girlfriend who knows the rules. She would go and snitch. No, you clearly don't know Ruka if you think she would go and snitch. You clearly do not know Ruka if you actually believe she would go and snitch. She literally would never fucking do that. That is not Ruka. And that's why I'm going to stop reading this. Okay. Or maybe Ruka gives him ED because of how unattractive she is in his eyes. Kazuya's already disproven you in chapter 365. He literally told her you're hot as fuck. Kazuya literally already told her you're hot as fuck. Like, no. I'd be very surprised if he suddenly didn't find Ruka attractive anymore. He literally constantly talks about how hot she is in this chapter. Are we like fucking delusional? Are we like fucking delusional? He's literally constantly talking about how hot and cute she is in this chapter. That's literally the whole... He's literally constantly looking at her stupid legs. The whole chapter, he's looking at her. Literally, Reishi does a metaphor with a goddamn curtain by comparing the curtain to Ruka's freaking skirt. If you think Kazuya doesn't find Ruka hot, you're absolutely delusional. Yes, he fucking does. Right? Literally, just look. Literally, he's looking at her the whole time and blushing and fucking looking at her skirt and her legs and her boobs. He got fucking distracted, so he told her to back up. Right? Literally, it happens right here. Right? Hey, Kazuya, working on this test, sees Ruka's boobs and legs. Could you back up, bruh? I can't handle this. Are we like fucking delusional? Right? It's not like Kazuya's like blushing ear to fucking ear looking at her here. Nope. People exist in an alternate fucking universe. Oh boy. Oh boy. Huge week for any port in a storm's head. And storm heads. Interesting. In the next day, and Ruka, it's the next day, and Ruka is over at Kazuya's place. He's disinterested, and he seems to have done a good job hiding things that would point towards his continued relationship with Chizuru. He's hiding and lying and just trying to get through this. So business as usual. It's interesting that when Ruka asks if another girl has been over, it's the first time since the warm-up date at Joy Polis he realizes that, oh yeah, Minnie is a girl. Ruka is a perfect girlfriend here. She's attentive. She likes his new haircut, two for two so far on the ladies liking his haircut, by the way. She gives him a thoughtful gift when he remembers that he is important. When she remembers that he has important job hunting stuff to do, she goes with the flow. She does question why he's going so hard, but accepts it. This is important to do what you've got to do. When it's clear she's distracting him, she backs off. All good stuff. Then things get fucking wild. The bikini via underwear thing is a bit silly, but I kind of get it. He's seen her in a bikini before, but she's embarrassed to show off her underwear. It's probably a big flashing red light indicating that while she is curious, horny, and wants to explore, she might not actually be fully ready yet. She's down horrendous though, and I hope Kazuya isn't going to be able to find an easy way out of this one. He has to reject her. It's a long time past and to end this sham. So I do kind of think maybe no one will show up this time. I do kind of agree. Maybe no one will show up this time. I had a theory that Minnie might show up this time. And I think that would screw him up too, because he'd just be stuck between a rock and a hard place. But maybe no one will show up this time. And Kazuya does have to deal with this, but then his own actions result in Ruka ending up in the hospital, which would be really good. First part of this chapter is really sweet and highlights the tragedy of the situations. Say what you will about Ruka, and I have. She is, in my opinion, a mommy redemption arc away from being worst girl, but she does seem to be genuinely love this boy and wants the future with him. It's really sad that she does have this big heart and she does have so much love to give, and she's wasting it on a man that does not and will not love her. I think she knows the second that Chizuru flips the switch, it's over. She knows that she's desperately and selfishly holding on, hoping that the spell will eventually break, or has broken. And doesn't realize that the perpetuating this is only hurting both of them. Ruka's conveniently just ignoring that Chizuru might exist. I've written about this on Twitter. Ruka's just conveniently choosing to not address the fact that Chizuru may very well exist. Because if she does, oh shit. Right? Oh shit. I've been ignoring this thing that's been there the whole fucking time. Let me see if I can pull it up. I'm pretty sure I wrote about this. Ruka face Chizuru. Latest. What the hell? What the hell is this? Oh, okay, there we go. There's only one thing I somewhat disagree with. I believe it is Ruka who should face Chizuru, not the other way around, for a simple reason. It is Ruka who pushed Chizuru away. It is Ruka who guilted Chizuru over the beginning when Ruka knew what she was getting into. And it is Ruka who is now willingly choosing to ignore the possibility of Chizuru in favor of the lie she is currently living with Kazuya. This acts as a direct mirror of Kazuya, who is choosing to ignore Mami and Ruka's influence over Chizuru in favor of his own illusion. Kazuya is treating Ruka poorly, but so is Ruka also choosing this lie. They both chose an illusion in contrast to Chizuru, who is trying to free herself from illusions and live again. Everyone must truly face Chizuru and realize what they are doing, lying to themselves about the truth. Then I think I had like one more thing to say. I think illusions are something we must break ourselves, right? So he says, Chizuru is the one who will save and whatever. I said, I think illusions are something we must break ourselves, choose to see, and we learn by making mistakes. I think both Kazuya and Ruka will make their own mistakes. The story now feels like it's about autonomy, making your own choices, not letting others choose for you, especially because these are self-made illusions. Kazuya and Ruka chose these illusions. No one made it for them. This mirrors Mami, who has a terrible real-life circumstances that she escapes with an illusion, with a lie she tells herself. They must choose freedom and sight. Right? So that's kind of how I feel about the situation. Let's see. The ghosting and Kazuya moving out of Royal Hills gave her a false sense of security. As far as she knows, the last time Kazuya and Chizuru have seen each other was on the platform after getting back to Tokyo from Hawaiians. When the penny drops, it's going to be brutal and it will be everyone's fault. I think it's important that these events seem to be coming at a breakneck speed. Job hunting, driving school, the ladies. It highlights Kazuya's lack of control. He's constantly putting things off and taking the easy way out are coming back to bite him in the ass. Mami asking him if he loves her, Ruka asking him to have sex with her in a rapid succession while he is arbitrarily separated from the person he loves and wants. Hopefully, it will make him see that it's time to stop taking the easy way out. He has to own the parts of this messes that are his fault. At the end of the day, they both need to realize how much they are hurting each other. Hopefully that starts here, but he'll probably find a way to kick that can down the road instead of actually resolving things. Attempting rejection plus overwhelming emotions, heart condition flare up could see that be with a wake up call and a last minute lucky break. I feel like the No Ruka chapter's mandate from the editorial was less about No Ruka and more No Happy Ruka. A fun date chapter like the bonus one from the Ruka exhibition in the middle of the arc would probably not be the best thing for narrative momentum. You can use Ruka only if the step forward untangling the knot, maybe. To me it felt like, so the way they phrased it, was just like, no, don't put Ruka in the manga because right now the focus is Chizuru. This happened prior, by the way, so let me give you a little bit of backstory. This actually happened prior. For instance, Reiji wanted to bring back Sumi. The editor actually agreed with him. We should bring back Sumi. This was around the start of the cohabitation arc. But he said, don't rush it and make it impactful instead of forcing Ruka into the situation. So basically, what the editor wanted him to do was focus a lot more on Chizuru and be like, no, Chizuru is the focus right now. Focus on her, and then reach a certain point where then you can bring back all the other female characters. Reiji wanted to draw more Ruka, and he probably would have done more stuff, but he wanted to stay consistent with the pacing because Reiji was already going quite slow. Remember, a lot of the cohabitation, the scouting, the date, a lot of it was quite slow, right? It was quite a slow, steady pace. So adding to that by introducing Ruka chapters might have been a little rough, and maybe that's it would have distracted from the focus. I think the editors also realized that Ruka not being present was fundamentally an important aspect to the story, as it literally mirrors her lack of presence in the narrative, right? So Ruka not being present actually narratively mirrored stuff, and I think the editors telling him not to add her was a good idea, in my opinion. Maybe like the one chapter we got was perfectly fine, but I think not adding her in actually worked narratively a lot better because she's literally the forgotten character, if you will. Something I can read about. I can pull it up right now. I don't see why I can't pull it up. Let's see. 401. Not latest. Top. Ruka's return in chapter 401 is no coincidence. Kazuya and Mami had a fake relationship that was never going to work out because Mami couldn't be serious about him. This directly parallels Kazuya and Ruka. He's being placed in Mami's position and could in turn understand her better. I said this literally in this chapter too. Ruka is like the forgotten girlfriend, if you will. So, right. There we go. I think this one would work. For chapter 401 was an interesting chapter about the past and the present. Whereas Kazuya and Mami look to the past, Kazuya's present girlfriend calls, a reversal of the missed call from Mami, with Ruka being trapped between the past and the future, looking at and desiring change on the third, right? Returning to the past, 401 is a journey back to the very beginning. Its core is reclaiming the past. The core page is Kazuya and Mami's past through a specific angle. The end is Ruka's beginning, her home, her heart, her desire. A place we first saw in chapter 28. We first saw Ruka's home in chapter 28. This was Ruka's backstory. It is incredibly fitting that we return to this place at this point when Kazuya goes back to his black hair, and the narrative is exploring identity, growing up, and changing in the future. This setup is massive. The end of the chapter is Ruka reaching a point of interest in a new experience, literally like her backstory. She tries to mimic the past, putting a pillow between her thighs to remember a moment, but it doesn't work. She can't go back, yet her hand can't touch the future. And the thing is, the future is she is imagining Kazuya with his old hair is not the future now. She doesn't know Kazuya changed his hair. Well, this becomes something that doesn't matter. She doesn't know he's doing driving school, which raises the question, what else does she not know? For example, Kazuya's list for Chizuru. Right. Ruka's return acts as a parallel to Mami's question to Kazuya. Do you still love me? As you see Kazuya think about confessing to Chizuru before Ruka calls. How fitting considering Ruka trusts him now, yet he does not love her, not even saying I love you back. Just as Mami returns to the past with her question, so too does Ruka literally return to her origins. Forgotten, just like Mami, yet seeking to take her relationship to the next level with Kazuya. Right? So the whole point to me is that Ruka is literally a forgotten character. She's literally seemingly been erased, and that's kind of the point. And I think that works well with the narrative not including her all that much, even though Reiji kept hinting at her coming back. Much like his last birthday, reversing these events and thus reversing the outcome. Whether it was his intention or not, Kazuya has not been fair to Ruka lately, while Ruka has actually been very trusting to him and takes him at his word, while he lies to her. This is called back in chapter 401, and that to me explains how it will end, with Ruka finding Kazuya's list. Well, I guess I was wrong about that. Yeah, get fucked me. I was fucking wrong about that. All right. Many of us expect mommy to be the big deal, yet we conveniently forget about Ruka. Oh my god, I even said the words big deal. And rather than causing anything, I think the real tragedy may be Ruka finding out everything she did was Kazuya could be with Chizuru. He only stayed with her so it wouldn't impact Chizuru, right? Literally, that's the whole point. Just like her backstory, she doesn't matter. Kazuya wasn't with her because he wanted to be. She didn't help him get better. He never moved on. She was living a lie. On the day she wished to give him the gift of her presence, she finds out her presence was meaningless. This would be quite a brutal, to say the least. Ruka was visited. Yeah, so we talked about this. We talked about the slap and all that stuff. But yeah, right. So yeah, that's just what I wanted to read really quick. Huh, this is my first time hearing about this no Ruka chapters mandate. Do you happen to have a link to where it was revealed? Side note, but I 100% agree about the rapid pace of the events of their meaning. The Kazuya really wants to be the best person he can be by July 11th. He shouldn't be stressing about trying to look good or have a nice car. He should be trying to clean up the rat's nets of lies that he's piled up over time. Link, no, but it's something he mentioned in the live stream as part of why Ruka's birthday event happened. The editorial mandate where Ruka and Speed to catch Chizuru's development. He had to begrudgingly comply the first, but told his editor to eat shit for the second because he wants to take things slowly for them. Actually, this is not true. Either from him or Hiroyuki from the early February. Wait, what? Wait. I do. He didn't tell the editor to eat shit. He was just saying I completely disagreed with my editor and I was really mad. They are kind of right. Reiji. So okay. Context about this. Reiji did post on Twitter around the time when the Ruka chapter was happening, chapter 347, 348. The editor told him not to include Ruka, and he's like, I've only disagreed with my editor like 7 times. He said this on Twitter. And he was like really fucking pissed. He was really goddamn mad, right? He was just like, no, I disagree with my editor. Fuck this. I'm adding Ruka into the manga. I do not care. So he was really fucking mad. So yeah, he in chapter 347, 348, he had a disagreement with his editor. And he ended up adding Ruka into the manga. So this is true. I don't think he told the editor to eat shit. He just very heavily disagreed with them, and they got into like a small spat. But you know, it's not crazy like that. Reiji suffering builds character again on Kazuya. Okay, but understand, as a Kazuya fan, dude had this coming. Kazuya has not actually gone through hard shit. Not that like he's been through hard stuff. Don't get me wrong. He's been through hard stuff, but like hard life decisions, you know. He's very clearly new to this. He's never had to make like super hard adult decisions outside of the stuff that he had to do like in the movie arc, right? And I mean that specifically for himself. He's done adult decisions for other people. He's never fully had to do adult decisions for himself. Not in this way. Like Kazuya is really kind of becoming an adult, and yeah, unfortunately, he's gonna have to fucking learn. Yeah, Kazuya's gonna have to suffer a little bit and fucking learn, right? About to make his editor into a serious villain. Well, no, they don't. They get along. The editor and Reiji get along, right? Kazuya will eat another pin just to extend the manga and not dating Chizuru. Okay, Wes, bro, why you like this, man? I'm putting you on a 30-minute timeout. You know how I feel about that kind of fucking comments. You know how I feel about those comments. I'm not gonna ban you, but you know how I feel about those comments. Although Reiji resented the first mandate, that's why the crowd... No. The crowdfunding was as a byproduct of the editor yet again telling him you can't do it. It was a repeating pattern of the editor telling him you can't add Ruka. So he's just like, fuck you, I'm doing it. I'm doing this. He truly wanted to explore Ruka's relationship with Kazuya during the cohabit at this point of the neglecting the main couple on purpose when the editor mandated that too. No, the editor didn't... Look. The editor just told him, no, don't do it. It wasn't just like a full-on mandate. Okay? The editor was just like, no, you can't do that. And Reiji's like, but I want to. He's like, well, you shouldn't. And they argued about it. There's just a lot of arguing. He mentioned in the promotion for the Ruka event, I think it was they weren't allowing him to do pointless Ruka chapters like her birthday and the bathhouse chapters, both of which happened after the Kazuya. No, it wasn't pointless. They just they wanted to focus on Ruka, or sorry, fucking Chizuru. Gosh, it definitely sounds like the right call. In this case, we all know that Kazuya Chizuru is an endgame, so Kazuya Ruka fluff arcs don't really contribute much to the plot. In a slow-paced series like this, it makes sense to avoid detouring too far into the side characters' lives. Yeah, it's sort of weird. For the most part, the manga is actually laser focused on Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship. Although it is long, it's actually much more focused on the actual main plot than most pseudo harems. A few times that Ruka and a few standalone chapters are like even all the Ruka chapters actually serve a purpose. So I kind of really disagree with this. All of the Ruka chapters are important. The whole point of Ruka's character is that she's important, right? I don't get it. I do really like the chapter that was done, that Ruka event, but it would have landed flatter than the mole chapter did if it was part of the serialization. Well, that chapter was never meant to be a main arc chapter. that chapter was specifically written for the Ruka event. Specifically. And it does work for Ruka's character, and once we get it translated, we can still get some ideas. No, Kazuya isn't going to cheat with Ruka. Jesus fucking Christ. Can you guys use your brains for 2 seconds, please? Please? Yeah, even on the binge, the stuff like Ruka's birthday chapters and the bathhouse chapters are kind of lame. I disagree heavily. The Ruka chapters on Kazuya... The birthday chapter is a huge deal for Ruka's character and actually matters a great deal. Even though it looks like it doesn't matter. It's not only an exploration of Ruka's character, it's a fundamental exploration of rental and connections and relationships. At the same time, the bathhouse chapter is important because it's literally about Ruka and Kazuya getting a lot closer, and Ruka wanting to experience these real things with Kazuya, but Kazuya realizing things need to fucking change, and that's not okay. It's actually a pretty good chapter, and it also plays into the element of Kazuya not being able to understand women. Reiji was literally using that chapter. Ruka literally tells him, you can't tell what a girl wants, right? She literally tells him, you can't tell what a girl wants. And guess what happens in fucking Hawaiians, right? He literally doesn't know how to interact or talk to Chizuru, right? She was literally right. She was literally fucking telling him, like literally all those chapters appear lame until you read them again. And you're like, holy shit, they were literally foreshadowing stuff for you. Everything in those chapters was quite relevant. And that chapter actually also perfectly built into Chizuru asking Kazuya out to the date, because guess what? Ruka wanted to go on a trip with him, and suddenly Chizuru asks him out on a date. They complement each other. You can't say they don't fucking matter and they're lame. They're actually important. Like everything Reiji puts in the story serves a fucking purpose. I'm kind of shocked that the Ruka bathhouse chapter was even adapted in season 4. I'm sure I could read more of it if I really tried, but it feels like such a nothing. I'm not continuing this. I'm not continuing this. I'm not continuing this. The mini bit is sticking with me because I've been saying for months, all of the girls want the relationship that he has with Minnie, except not platonic. Minnie got most of his girlfriend time, and outside observers would think that they are a couple. I imagine that however Kazuya wriggles his way out of this one, he isn't going to call Chizuru, he's going to debrief with Minnie. At some point, Minnie will cross a line, get him drunk, live vicariously through his experience again, take it a step too far. No, I think Kazuya at some point may... I think what would be cool if like he can't reach Minnie, right? For some reason, he can't reach Minnie. And he has to like reach out to Chizuru or something. I think something will result in Kazuya needing to talk to Chizuru. I think that would be really interesting. As the sages used to say, if you want to be my lover, you're going to have to get with me. You're going to have to go to get with my fish, or something. What? Thanks for the write up. Okay. As we discussed elsewhere, I really don't want this to be Kazuya's kick that can down the road situation. Ideally, this hurts, breaks him in a way that will activate weeks of slander from the folks that don't actually read the manga on Twitter, leading him to reach out to Chizuru. It most likely won't be that hard on him. He'll call, text Minnie to decompress, and the cycle will continue. I agree, he should face it head on, but I kind of feel like this is also Chizuru's problem. Him hiding the bathroom and calling her for help, and her coming guns blazing to turn Ruka down with him turning... I'm sorry, that's not happening. I'm not sure how long this comment is expected to be, but I'd like to share something that I noticed after reading the few most recent chapters. I don't think it's actually that hard to tell which character is physically attracted, which character Kazuya is physically attracted to, and which characters he isn't that into that much. Compare his response to both Mami and Ruka. For Mami, we are treated to Chizuru level glazing, but Ruka only gets some hand-off comments about how short her skirt is or that she is cute. Well, he sees Ruka regularly. He doesn't see Mami that much. So I don't kind of agree with this. Kazuya does get a bit flustered at some point during the most recent chapters with Ruka, but it's just not anywhere close to the same level as Mami or Chizuru. You're right and you're wrong. In my view, Kazuya sees Ruka as somebody that would be attractive to most people, but not necessarily to him specifically. I think you missed the part where he was literally like talking about how cute and adorable she is the whole fucking chapter. I can't recall if Ruka ever got Chizuru level monologues in the past, but she doesn't seem to be getting any recently. It might be the result of the fact that Kazuya is completely checked out of the pseudo relationship that he has with her. He can't even be bothered to properly thank her for the gift that she gave him. He does thank her, asking her to sit in the corner most of the time she was there, and barely contributes anything. Okay, this seems like conveniently twisting things into your own POV. I kind of really disagree with this. It would be just extremely cruel to put off any longer. I don't really agree with this. I don't like reading this person's comments. They fucking suck. This person is interesting. Wow, where the fuck is Varicus? How low do I gotta go? Oh my lord. Man, this is going to be fun. Oh, this is going to be fun. Okay. Paladin. It's funny. My first job in Final Fantasy XIV was Paladin. So this chapter disapproved a couple of my assumptions from last week. Turns out, Ruka does already know about the haircut and about Kazuya's driving school for that matter. All he's been hiding from her is stuff directly connected to Chizuru or otherwise likely to provoke jealousy, which is, well, understandable given her track record. Right? Ruka in some ways kind of did this to herself, right? It's kind of part of her track record, even though she's trying to show Kazuya she's not like that anymore. Ironic considering Kazuya's own past. Right? It's quite ironic that Kazuya judges Ruka for her past, considering his past and how he didn't want to be judged. That's why I'm saying Ruka and Kazuya parallel each other. They're literally in each other's shoes, completely starting to understand one another because she's literally in his goddamn position. Anyways. The chapter title, which is well understandable. The chapter title is also shifted away from the school bag mention. So it seems that was just an under the radar title for the recent Mami scene. That's the other thing too. The chapter title doesn't have a 1 in it, which means it's not meant to be multi-part. Next chapter is going to be called something else, right? It's not meant to be a multi-part. It literally has a single, it doesn't have any numbers. So next chapter is going to be called something else. There's a reason this one was called this specific way without any numbers. That's very intentional by Reiji. Let's see. Which speaking of Mami, one thing that's catching my interest is how much the pacing of this current scene seems to be paralleling the pacing of the interaction with Mami at the driving school. After the scene is initially set up near the end of the one chapter, Kazuya first encountering Mami at the end of chapter 399 versus the phone conversation with Ruka in chapter 401. The following chapter, 400 for Mami to 402 for Ruka, seeing the pair have mostly been conversation before being interrupted by an event related to Kazuya ongoing self-improvement journey, and then after the interrupting event is resolved, then the two reconvene and the girls drop her bombshell on Kazuya. Yeah, like if this plays out like Mami, like there should be something that interrupts him next chapter, right? If we go by that same structure, something should interrupt them next chapter, right? If the parallelism continues exactly, we'll see that Ruka scene wrap up next week, and maybe Sumi or someone shows up in the chapter's back half. But it feels like to me that Ruka is going to be a bit more time on stage before the scene is through, right? There's clearly more emotional investment on the Ruka end than there is anything with Mami, and just like Mami, there's Ruka's backstory that Kazuya doesn't know about, right? Right, the difference between there's a fundamental difference between Ruka and Mami. Mami runs into Kazuya by complete accident. Ruka planned this. This already creates a fundamental juxtaposition where Ruka intentionally planned this. However, in contrast to Ruka, Kazuya knew something was up with Mami's backstory, her history, or something that was going on with her with her with the guy she was with, but he doesn't ask. Right? He doesn't actually ask. He should ask. He knows he should probably ask. He chooses not to ask. Instead, Kazuya asks about the phone call, which ultimately sparks the question. In contrast, the Ruka scene plays out completely different. Ruka does this of her own volition. Nothing Kazuya does sparks her changing into her swimsuit. Maybe Kazuya getting serious about this thing is what sparks her changing into her swimsuit. But this feels more like something Ruka chose to do rather than something she did as a byproduct of Kazuya. Although you could theoretically say it's a byproduct of Kazuya in the past, where Kazuya fell between her legs, right? So you could say that maybe was the trigger, right? That was the thing that triggered this reaction from Ruka. In contrast, it feels more like Ruka is more in charge of the situation, and the thing Kazuya isn't considering is the thing he doesn't even know, which is Ruka's heartbeat thing. Right? The thing with Ruka's heart. He doesn't know this, right? So while he has some awareness of Mami's history, he has no awareness of Ruka's history, which I think is the important telling point in this case. I'm going to move myself here because I just want to, right? I think that looks a little bit better. Right. So I think that's the difference is like there is a difference Reiji is striking between the two. And I think that's going to be important here, that it's not going to play out exactly the same. It's going to be a little different. What Ruka's doing here with the time on stage so far, well, for the most part, she's been pretty at ease. She doesn't appear to mind that Kazuya was basically indifferent to her presence in the first half of the chapter, and even when she briefly gets jealous or down in the dumps, it was pretty mild and smoothed over quickly. This is a continuation of how she was last time we saw her, back in chapter 347. 348 too. Kazuya remarked back then that Ruka had seemed less jealous and more mature ever since the ghosting area. Themes that he notes again this week. Part of this is probably just the factor of Ruka chilling out as she gets older, but we also can't ignore the fact that Kazuya has been making a point of hiding that he even still contact with Chizuru, let alone going on dates. Ruka's peace of mind is built on an understanding of Kazuya's social life that's completely fraudulent. So even if she seems pretty content now, brace for fireworks when she eventually learns the truth. Ruka's more relaxed, composed demeanor even extends to the last few pages when she's actively prepositioning Kazuya, in contrast to her earlier series habits of trickery and bulldozing. She's taking a much more straightforward approach here. She's asking for what she wants directly and honestly, and while she did strip down to her underwear to do it, she's giving Kazuya her personal space in the process. Compare this to the most similar anecdote, the turtle curry typhoon incident. Ruka's increasing maturity is on clear display. As for Kazuya, I just hope he can be a little quicker and more decisive about rejecting Ruka than he was with Mami. In other words, Ruka is unknowingly getting prepared for the harsh truth that Kazuya's actions are going to unfold soon enough. On the other hand, Ruka has been quite aware of Kazuya's feelings for Chizuru, which was a big factor for him hiding it from her post-ghosting, and yet it's exactly this kind of loyalty that she yearns to once achieve. I think she's currently aware that if things go down the drain, it's something she has seen coming. Her crash out is going to be quite short-lived in comparison to the heartbreaking realization and rain of tears from her cheek. It seems she's just enjoying it while it lasts. So far, the ghosting has given her a bit of hope that Kazuya would eventually grow fond of her, and his apparent cheerfulness and product of the secret cohabitation with Chizuru is reinforcing her false sense of safety. Yeah, it's all a big fucking lie. I think I was like saying this right here, right? Right. Everything right. So literally, she didn't help him get better. He never moved on. She was just living a lie. On the day she wished to give him the gift of her presence, she finds out her presence was meaningless. That would be quite brutal to say the least. Ruka has visited Kazuya's home before, but she has not seen him. But she has not seen his new home, the new him, and maybe she will realize she doesn't know him anymore. Who he is now is not who she loved. This is just an assumption. I could just completely be wrong, but like pretty much like who Kazuya is, she doesn't actually know him. Just as Kazuya doesn't know, like literally there's a parallel between the two. Kazuya doesn't know about Ruka's heart condition. He doesn't open up about that. And Ruka doesn't know about Kazuya's actual feelings because he can't tell her. Because if he told her, she would freak. Do you see how their relationship is built on a foundational issue of not being honest with each other, right? It's not about cheating on Chizuru, but rather how technically Kazuya was cheating on Ruka. Or you know, that element of cheating is definitely relevant. Dating her while seeing another woman behind her back, as she should have, and she should have known. The act reminds me of Steins Gate because it is referenced in how Okubo was slapped by Miura. Well, that was a little different. That's when Okubo was freaking the fuck out. But yeah. Mostly, I'm expecting Kazuya to have a rude awakening here, rather than the status quo to be perpetuated. Right. Another thing to quickly point out that Ruka saw that Kazuya told her was the new apartment was. Oh yeah. So we're talking about the key and how she never saw the key. So I was talking about this one. That it's no coincidence, right? Kazuya won't ever be serious about Ruka because he loves Chizuru. This ironically both throws Mami's own actions back at her, but also has Ruka starting to get more serious about Kazuya. She might even consider introducing him to her parents, depending on, say, his new hair, right? Kazuya wanting to introduce Mami to his grandma. In fact, that's the exact thing he thinks of just before running into Mami again, wanting to introduce Chizuru this time, even though he already introduced her to his grandma before. It's as if there was a trigger that ended, and this is the trigger that ended and began things. We don't know why Mami broke up with Kazuya, but we do know Kazuya kept trying to introduce her to his grandma, and she turned him down. Maybe it's happened because it was getting too serious. It mirrors Kazuya now with Ruka. It's getting too serious, emotionally and physically. And interestingly, the narrative Kazuya was given about the breakup is starting to break. He sees Mami and Hakuba, who is connected to the breakup, and Kazuya is clearly curious about Mami's dating life, as he is curious to see why she broke up with him, his illusion breaking. Right? So we had that whole thing about drawing boundaries and like all that stuff. I was talking about that before, right? Kazuya can't draw boundaries with Ruka. Right? I think I had like something else to say. Where's the Ruka thing? There was like one more thing I wanted to say about Ruka. Yeah, there it is. Ruka's a mirror to Kazuya. Just like he couldn't give up on Mami or Chizuru when rejected, Ruka can't give up on Kazuya. And thinking she will give up if he dates Chizuru, he belittles her love as well as his own. Mami's question highlights this problem and solution. Just as Kazuya is returning to his black hair, so too does Ruka return to her home of origin. Yeah. Okay, hello, another intense week. The great return of Ruka is here, and she has returned with all her strength and energy. And this chapter totally focused on her. Ruka acts as more relaxed, understanding, and with a minimum level of toxicity. Without a doubt, she would be a good girlfriend if she stayed like this all the time. But we all know this is all a confidence is an illusion built on lies. Yeah. Ruka maintains this illusion by thinking that Chizuru is no longer a latent threat, believing that Kazuya has overcome her and that since the resort trip and the depressive confinement, Chizuru is out of the picture. Despite the signals or inconsistencies that Kazuya transmits to her, she decides to ignore them so as not to leave the dream she is living in. Someone finally said what I've been saying. I didn't expect this to be such a relaxed reaction from Ruka to his new hair. The whole point is that we were robbed. We didn't actually see Ruka's real feelings in regards to his hair. We were completely robbed by this idea. She's looking at him, but she's not actually seeing him. But Ruka explains that she had already seen it in photos. This leaves the original reaction hidden, and now it is only left to the reader's imagination, what it was really like. That's important. You were literally robbed of the actual reaction. We don't actually know how she actually feels about the hair. She just said he was cute. But she said he was cute before the hair. So I don't think it's the hair that's the issue, right? I don't think she was complimenting on the hair. She just thought he was cute. She's observing him. It's not actually about the hair. You never actually hear Ruka's actual thoughts about the hair, right? You never actually hear what she thinks of it. That's not why, right? Ruka, let's see. Ruka had a clear objective from the moment she stepped inside the apartment. She had a plan and was prepared to execute it at the first opportunity. Kazuya gave her enough time to prepare. Since the closed curtain was shown, everything became clear to the readers. That moment was coming. Despite being direct with her request, she appears embarrassed and shy, as if she wasn't ready to do it. It is as if she is only looking to do it out of pure curiosity and as a way to advance the relationship with Kazuya. Damn, people, what the fuck? People are like saying what I'm saying. The title of the chapter automatically leads you to think of something sexual. However, I believe that Reiji makes something very clear. It is more than that. This chapter constantly talks about many first times, literally in the dialogues or by pure deduction. The chapter is loaded with first times, and I think it's totally intentional, making the title more than just controversial. Below is the list of first times I could find. Ruka's first time seeing Kazuya's hair in person. First time the readers see Ruka greeting Kazuya's pet fish. First time Kazuya and Ruka see each other in person after 5 days. First time Ruka is the second girl to be in the new apartment snatched by Minnie. First time Ruka gives him the birthday gift alone. Alone. First time Ruka sees an online exam from a company, and or the first time Kazuya takes an exam for a company. First time the reader and Kazuya see a mature Ruka respecting his pending tasks without protesting. First time Kazuya has a semi-naked girl in his room. First time Ruka asks permission to do something physical. First time for both in such an uncomfortable and dangerous situation. With this list, we can conclude that the title is more deeply related to the chapter than just by the final action. Prediction for the next chapter. The situation has reached such a high level of danger that Kazuya will not be able to evade a peaceful resolution. He must take a decision. He must find a way to reject Ruka. And literally, just like the test he was taking, he has a time limit. Literally, just like the test he's taking, he has a time limit, right? Something that Ruka, I think, right, he must make a decision. He must find a way to reject Ruka. Something that I think Ruka will not accept, starting a fight. Perhaps Ruka insists so much that Kazuya has no choice but to speak that his love for Chizuru slips out. I see two possibilities. Ruka insists so much that Kazuya ends up confessing his love for Chizuru to push her away. Ruka does not insist on the physical act, but on the reason for Kazuya's denial, where Kazuya ends up confessing the truth. I kind of deny this, but I don't think this is happening. But it's an interesting theory all the same. I liked their list of firsts. There were some interesting firsts in there. Either of the two would leave poor Ruka crying on the floor, simply outraged but angry, leaving the apartment without saying goodbye. I just hope Kazuya ends the lie and Ruka's suffering. They're both hurting, and the relationship must end. He cannot continue into a relationship with Chizuru with this still unresolved. See you next Tuesday. Yeah, there's some interesting stuff in there. Let's see here. Ruka doesn't really act like this kid she used to anymore. I'll read this one first. I'm really torn about the current story arc. On the one hand, this breaks from Chizuru and getting the opportunity to see Kazuya actually focus on his growth is so important, but it's so far they aren't quite seeing that. We aren't quite seeing that. And there's a different reading of the story so far. When the current storyline is really highlighting how Kazuya has been stuck in limbo for a very long time. And that's where I'm feeling conflicted. We are right in the brink of things. We had a fake out with Mommy where he should have stepped up and ended things conclusively with her, but instead Mommy withdraws. That conversation will need to happen sometime soon, but right now it's only being teased for the future. And now we've got Ruka. This is a pivotal moment. It's time for Kazuya to man up and actually break it off with her. If he wants to be with Chizuru, he needs to do this and to do it right. But everything we've seen in the recent arcs from Hawaiians on has him being wishy-washy on a lot of things. He's been direct with Chizuru about his feelings for her, but he's also been lousy about almost everything else. The good news is that it's also set up to really highlight the change and growth he could exhibit. He's got a new look, the new apartment, the new list of ambitions and goals. Ruka even has a new look. Last chapter and this one, we've gone to look at a more mature Ruka dishing the bow and genuinely trying to be a good girlfriend. It's a good time to make changes, but I worry that Reiji might be too eager to surprise readers and subvert expectations. I'm sorry, Reiji has been telling you from the fucking start, you're wrong about everything and you don't understand anything. It's not just subverting expectations. He's not just trying to surprise the readers. He's literally telling you from the start where he's going with this. If you just watch Steins Gate, you'll know. If you just literally, I predicted pretty much everything, right? I think you're a little just too worried about this. Ruka doesn't actually act like a kid anymore. Kazuya repeats this to himself quite often whenever he sees them on the date. Even here, she's careful not to show her underwear under the skirt while sitting with her legs up. Whereas before, she would have done it without even thinking about it, right? Oh yeah, that's a good way of looking at that scene. She's more mature, so she's more careful in not showing the underwear, right? She's literally becoming more adult. In contrast, what was happening in Kazuya's last birthday? Ruka felt too immature, right? Ruka wasn't aware. There's a scene you can see this perfectly. Right, there's a scene you can see this fucking perfectly. Holy shit, that's a good catch. That's a great catch, actually. Right, this is literally about Ruka maturing. It's when Chizuru shows up, and it happens here. It's when Chizuru shows up, and completely wrecks all of the shit Ruka was trying to do immaturely. Right, and Ruka realizes she's losing. Chizuru drinks, and Ruka sees Chizuru wipe, her cup. Ruka looks at her cup and she sees a lipstick. She starts realizing how immature and not good enough she is. Chizuru is drinking actual drinks, like she's drinking actual sake. Ruka is just drinking orange juice, right? Cute, adorable orange juice. And she feels inferior, right? She feels like she's inferior. She's not mature yet. She's not an adult. So a huge portion of what was going on with Ruka back then is that she wasn't an adult. She was immature. Now it's actually Ruka becoming an actual adult. She's maturing, right? It's literally about her maturing. So this is a great catch. She's also more aware of Kazuya's gaze, and at the end of this chapter, she clearly expresses her desire to be more intimate with him. Kazuya already told her that he wants to do that with the woman he loves. He's quite clear about it. So the real question is, has that changed? Has Ruka managed to replace Chizuru? Will her efforts accepting his feelings, trusting him, giving him space, pay off despite the circumstances that led to their relationship? Oh my god, it's literally a mirror to Kazuya with Chizuru. It's literally a direct mirror to Kazuya with Chizuru because what was their relationship founded on? Fictional circumstances, right? The circumstances of their relationship. Oh, wow, that's a good catch. This is good analysis. This answer is already obvious, and I think deep down she knows it too. Maybe that's why she's so hesitant and sensitive to this reaction when he gives him a gift, as if she felt she was asking too much of him, even though she knows perfectly well he is horny and that most couples at this stage have already taken this step. Even if she is in denial, something makes her feel she isn't entitled to ask anything of Kazuya unless she gives him something first or unless it's for a special occasion. Like here, when she mentions it's not it's not her birthday, as if she had to earn it. Ooh, right? That's a good catch. It's good analysis. It's quite ironic knowing that Ruka was the one who had the power at the beginning and who, out of a whim, would demand anything from Kazuya. Now she's the one who feels undeserving, and she's the one handing him the power. He clearly has the upper hand, and he's not even aware of it. Right? Literally, that's what you see at the start. That's literally what you see at the start. Right? The start of the chapter. What's happening? What is Ruka doing at the start? She's cleaning. She feels she owes him, right? It's literally a mirror to Chizuru, who feels like she owes Kazuya. I mentioned this too. I was talking about how there might be an element of guilt with Ruka, right? I mentioned how there might be an element of guilt with Ruka. I don't know if I mentioned it here. Let me look it up. Ruka guilt. Nope, not here. There we go. I think one reason Ruka is so trusting of Kazuya now is that she wants to make up for Hawaiians in the 3 months. She couldn't help him then, so she's trying to be the best girlfriend she can be. But the truth is, she isn't truly facing him, just like she isn't facing Chizuru. 244 is the start and captures it well. She thinks Kazuya escaped a delusion when she is in fact under one. Rather, Ruka is conveniently ignoring why Kazuya might be acting different, just as Kazuya ignores how Mami and Ruka impacted Chizuru. Kazuya never answers her; she just believes it. Ruka doesn't want to look at Chizuru because she knows she in part caused this. She is the reason Chizuru feels the need to give Ruka some sort of answer. Ruka in part created the circumstances for the 3 months to even happen in the first place. She created the very world of illusions she lives in. In the date and the cohabitation, Chizuru kind of learns how Ruka feels in a way, feeling like she's never good enough, trying to live up to Ruka, just as Ruka tries to be better than Chizuru. Secondary, not main. In contrast, Ruka gets how Chizuru feels, being real but fake. Chizuru thinks she needs to face Ruka, when I think the truth is Ruka needs to face her and Kazuya. In contrast, what Kazuya needs to face is not Ruka, but himself, what he's choosing to do. Chizuru, I think, needs to face Mami and see the truth of her love and why this is happening. 303, when Kazuya's moving out date was first set in stone, actually foreshadows the current events. Ruka wanting to go to Kazuya's house, but Kazuya refusing to let her in, and Ruka doesn't even argue. This was her getting clues that Kazuya wasn't opening up to her. She knows, but chose to look away, and that reflects possible guilt. The guilt that mixes with her own desires as well as her desires to share things with Kazuya highlights the issue. When is Ruka doing this for herself, out of guilt or out of blind devotion to Kazuya, mirroring Kazuya and how he acts with Chizuru, not fully seeing her, right? So I think an element of guilt is definitely present here. We see Ruka cleaning at the very start of the chapter, probably because she feels guilty for what she plans to ask later. She compliments Kazuya and calls him cute. She gives Kazuya a gift. Even when she asks him for something here, right, she immediately proceeds to give him a gift right after. She wants to be able to be helpful to him and supportive to him because she feels like she's wronged him. Right? This is where this stems from. It's the Ruka learning to be a bit more of an adult, but it also stems from an element of guilt, clearly so. And this acts as a mirror to Chizuru herself. So when you continue, when she sees she's bothering him, right? She's immediately understanding with Kazuya. She's not buttering Kazuya up. She's not buttering Kazuya up. This stems from guilt. This stems from guilt. She feels bad for even desiring to ask anything of him. She feels bad for even desiring to ask anything of him, so she wants to give him first, so she feels like she has the right to ask. That's why. She wants to feel like she has the right to ask because she knows she's wronged him, right? She knows she's doing this out of her own guilt, right? When she realizes she's bothering him, she steps away. When she asks for what she wants, she mentions how it's not even her birthday. That's a huge part of this. It's not buttering Kazuya up. No. This is like, I don't feel like I have a right to do this. This is what she's saying. I don't feel like I have a right to do this, but I want to, and I want to like be direct about this, but I also feel like I have to do this so I can feel like I have the right to do this, right? It's painfully, let's see here. It's quite ironic knowing that Ruka was the one who had the power at the beginning and who, out of a whim, would demand anything from Kazuya. Now she's the one who feels undeserving and she's the one handing him the power. He clearly has the upper hand and he's not even aware of it. And you see that for most of the chapter. Even when Kazuya is on the floor, even when Kazuya is literally on the floor on the same level, she's asking, and she's asking him to take the lead, right? Kazuya throughout the chapter is literally sitting on the bed. He's sitting above Ruka, right? For most of this, he's literally above Ruka. He's giving her things. He's in control, right? Kazuya doesn't see how in control he is. When he tells her to back up, she backs up. When he tells her, like, I want to do this thing, she lets him do this thing, right? He doesn't see his own control. That's actually a huge aspect of Kazuya's character. He doesn't see how much control he actually has, and in turn, he doesn't see how out of control his life actually is because he's letting it be out of control. It's painfully similar to the situation between Chizuru and Kazuya. In Kazuya's case, he wished he had never met Chizuru under these circumstances because of the lie they created. And here, Ruka pushed Kazuya into agreeing to date her through blackmail. On top of that, it was to protect Chizuru, the girl he actually loves. But that's the thing. There's also, there's another thing you kind of missed here. Chizuru is also doing a lot of what she's doing out of guilt. She literally mirrors Ruka. Chizuru feels like she's undeserving of Kazuya's love. She literally fucking said this. She straight up said this when she was going to get the massage. She's like, maybe he's the one taking care of me. I don't feel deserving of his love. He's giving me too much. I don't deserve this. That's actually what's going on. Chizuru is in the same boat. Guess what? Because she blames herself for the 3 months. She blames herself for being wishy-washy. She blames herself for not being able to give him an answer. Right? She feels the same way. You literally see this when she rejects him. She literally says, if I were you, I would hate me. Yeah, Chizuru feels guilt. Chizuru feels the same thing. Literally, Kazuya is reenacting the same thing with Ruka and doesn't realize it. Kazuya doesn't realize how he has all this power over all these women because of the situation that occurred in Hawaiians. He doesn't realize this. And that's a problem because he's abusing that power when they should be on equal footing, when they're not. That's the issue. They're not on equal footing. The relationship is built around guilt. The relationship is built around owing someone something. The relationship is built around atonement. That's not how you build a relationship. You can't have a relationship like this. That's not healthy. Clearly not. And that's what Reiji, I think, is addressing in this in the story right now. In both cases, things started off on the wrong foot. And I think many of the, and literally that's where we are right now. Things are in the wrong foot. Things are in the wrong situation. So that's something that I think is happening. I think many of Ruka's past actions are going to come back to hit her, because she's going to start realizing that her desires and his simply don't align. And what will end this whole charade is the moment she understands that it will probably never change. I don't think the next chapter will be a true turning point in their relationship, but it will definitely influence their future actions. Yeah, I like what you had to say. That was good. That was a good one. I'm going to make a pretty bold claim and apologize if it offends, but I disagree with people who claim that Ruka has changed. I don't think she's actually changed. Continue. The difference between Ruka now and Ruka before is that Ruka is completely convinced that Chizuru is out of the picture. As far as she's aware, the ghosting that Chizuru did after Hawaiians never ended. Ruka has done a thus far stellar job of keeping everything that's happened since he and Chizuru reunited. The rental date that kicked off the investigation, the cohabitation, and a complete secret from her. While Chizuru is aware that Ruka is still in the background trying to do Ruka things, Ruka is completely unaware that they lived together for a month, went on a big date in Joypolis, and she gave him a big ol' smooch before he moved to his new place. Hindsight, it was very smart of Kazuya to hide all of this. She obviously would have attempted some sort of sabotage, up to including forcing himself to Chizuru's home to live with them and keep Kazuya and Chizuru apart. The only reason she's acting the way she is now because she feels safe from the specter of Chizuru's shadow. Heck, forgetting even Chizuru. As far as I'm aware, she doesn't even know about Minnie's existence at all. Edit, blank points out below that it's a dirty lie that Ruka does. And it's a dirty lie and Ruka does. In fact, know who Minnie is. No. Ruka knows who Minnie is, but she doesn't know Minnie and Kazuya have kept in contact. She has no idea about that. If Minnie were to pop over to say hi to her master, I'm pretty sure Ruka would immediately revert to her old ways. I put revert in quotes because, as I said before, I don't think she's actually changed. I think she just believes there's no other women pursuing Kazuya at this time. No. Ruka has changed, and I believe she's trying to change. It's just not what you think it is. It's a mirror to Kazuya's limbo. It's kind of a mirror to Kazuya's limbo. Basically, Ruka wants to change. That's what you're misunderstanding. You're right in that Ruka has not necessarily changed. She's matured. She's gotten a little older. She's a little calmer now. But everybody changes once they reach a certain point. Ruka has changed a little bit. And you are correct, though. She's also still living a lie, right? She's also still living a lie because this change that you're seeing is built on a falsehood. That doesn't mean she's going to revert. That doesn't necessarily mean she's going to revert. I do think this person is somewhat correct. I do agree with them. I think there's a truth to what this person is saying. They are somewhat correct. I just don't think Ruka would outright revert like you think she will. I don't think Ruka would outright revert like you think she will. Rather, it's actually showing why Ruka was acting like that in the first place, right? It actually highlights why Ruka was acting like that in the first place because it was built around jealousy, which is not a good foundational footing for a relationship. You shouldn't fucking do that in a relationship. It can't be built around that. So it's in part Ruka's fault. It's in part the circumstances, and it's in part Kazuya, right? But that's the thing is like you're correct, but at the same time, I do think she is actually changing. It's just that change won't actually set in stone until Ruka confronts the actually what's going on in her life. To me, Ruka is truly at the precipice of actual change. Every character is. Mommy didn't change. For instance, Mommy didn't actually change because Mommy didn't actually confront what she fucking did. She's still avoiding the problem. Ruka is similar in that sense, right? Ruka technically didn't change. She wants change. Ruka didn't actually change. She wants change. Kazuya is very much the same way. Kazuya didn't actually change. He wants change. You know who is changing? Chizuru. Chizuru is actually changing. Because Kazuya says, past tense, she changed. And then you go to Chizuru literally changing. Chizuru is actually consistently changing right now. Ruka is trying to change. Kazuya is trying to change. Mommy is trying to change. They have not changed. They've all been living in an illusion. And to truly change, they must break out of the illusion. That's where I kind of agree with you. Basically, they are at the precipice of change. They haven't actually changed. And I don't think they will revert. If anything, I could see them possibly regressing a little bit to realize the true change they want. But that's where I kind of just disagree. Also, the fact that you say Sumi supremacy, that's an indicator to me, right? I think you're looking at this a little too black and white. And the point is you're supposed to be seeing Ruka without all of the negatives, essentially a paradise. You're seeing Ruka in paradise, in the illusion of paradise. But you can make true paradise once you address the sorrow, and that's essentially where Ruka is right now. She can make something real for herself in addressing the sorrow. Honestly, while I believe Kazuya should try to force himself out of the situation himself and draw a clear boundary with Ruka, that he's not into her like that because he loves Chizuru, I wouldn't be surprised if Reiji instead has Minnie make a surprise visit, and that causes Ruka to lose her shit. Who the fuck is the new woman, Kazuya? She already knows who Ruka is. Or sorry, she already knows who Minnie is. Right? No, she already knows who Minnie is, so that doesn't make much sense. I agree with most of what you said, except that Minnie's part. Ruka knows about Minnie. She was there when they made a plan 2 and 3. Yeah, I completely forgot about that completely. My bad. I'll let my post, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. What's this? It's been a while since we saw Chizuru the last time. Hopefully we see her in the next chapter. Okay, finally got to Varicus. Oh boy. Did Varicus have something spicy as fuck to say? What did Varicus write? Spicy as fuck shit? Oh man, it's getting late. Okay, I think I'll make Varicus' stuff the last thing and then I'll call it. It's getting late. I gotta start getting ready for bed. Ugh. I had hoped to do a little more today, but I guess not. Let's see. I doubt that Kazuya will draw a clear line with Ruka next chapter. We didn't get that far yet. The chapter wasn't very surprising. Let's analyze it. We skipped right to Ruka's visit to the next day. She enjoys being Kazuya's girlfriend again. To the question if she is the first girl here, Kazuya lies that she is. He doesn't want to explain why he's been with Minnie before. Kazuya notices that Ruka wears a short skirt and wonders where he should look, the teaser. Kazuya's birthday present is really cute business card holder with a fish on it. Not only did she think about what Kazuya might need, she also chose something she thought he would like. She's a little disappointed when Kazuya tells her that he has no need for it yet. He tells her that he might need it soon. Kazuya receives a notification that an online test for a company was due today. He forgot about that. He asks Ruka to give him an hour, expecting her to yell at him for interrupting their time together, but Ruka agrees because this is obviously important to Kazuya. And that's the thing, like that's definitely the real her. Like, she cares about his future. You saw this in Hawaiians, right? You definitely saw this kind of stuff in Hawaiians. Ruka cares about Kazuya's future. She is selfish. Don't get that wrong, but now Ruka feels like she has to earn that. Right? It stems from an element of guilt. She feels like she has to earn this. She doesn't feel like she's deserving of Kazuya because she feels she's wronged him. This is why I kind of disagree with that element of, Ruka will just magically revert the moment like another girl shows up. Right? That's why I disagree with that. Ruka hasn't truly fully changed, right? Because that change is built on a lie. But she is changing. That is a thing that's happening, right? That is happening, even if it's not fully happened. That's why I don't fully agree with that stance that like Ruka just didn't magically Ruka isn't magically a different person. She's not a magically different person. She's been slowly changing in the background, and you got a lot of ideas of this, right? Like literally, it all began with Ruka looking at Kazuya. She's been observing him this whole time. She's felt like she wanted to do something for him this whole time. She keeps wanting to do things for him this whole time because she feels bad for what happens in the 3 months and in Hawaiians. She feels bad for Kazuya being down in Hawaiians. She saw this in Hawaiians, where when you saw Kazuya really struggling, she actually chose to help him. Right? Initially, she did it because of Grandma Nagomi, but it doesn't change the fact that she actually learned to put him first for once. You're literally seeing Ruka actually truly starting to change. She hasn't this change hasn't fully set in, but you're seeing it happen, right? You're seeing her maturing. She's not at that point yet, but she's getting there. That's why I don't agree with that idea of regression, you know? And I don't see Ruka magically just regressing back to like this part of her, right? Ruka being jealous isn't going to just go away magically either, right? Jealousy is a normal feeling to have. That doesn't just magically go the fuck away, right? Chizuru is jealous too. Clearly, but she feels like she's not allowed to be jealous because Minnie is Kazuya's friend, right? But she clearly shows her jealousy of Ruka, right? It's just like, well, if you're with a girl, like of course you're gonna get fucking jealous, right? Let's see. Kazuya receives a notification that the line test for company, blah, 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 blah. Baruka agrees because he obviously important to Kazuya. She wonders what happened that he became so active lately. He can tell her about his goals for Chizuru, but he has a good excuse with her, with his dad pushing him to get his license, with him being in his third year. The test questions are hard for Kazuya, and there's a time limit. Ruka's presence is distracting, so he asks her to stay quiet. Ruka sees his determination, so she steals her own resolve. Yes, I agree. That's exactly what happened in that scene, right? She stealed her own resolve when she saw his determination. The test is done. Kazuya was fully focused. The curtains are closed. Ruka is nowhere to be seen. Kazuya muses that she has gotten more relaxed lately. She isn't acting all jealous anymore. She's become a girlfriend that others would be jealous of. She would probably be a good choice if he didn't have Chizuru already. Kazuya calls for Ruka. He's not prepared for her entrance. She wears a black swimsuit, apologizing that she's not showing up in her underwear was too embarrassing for her. She kneels down in front of Kazuya. She says that it might be strange to ask this on his birthday. Wait, what? Oh, it's not even my birthday. It's your birthday. So I shouldn't be asking this. Okay. Okay. She puts a condom on the ground and then asks Kazuya to have sex with her. Right. And remember, in the Japanese, she specifically like doesn't actually say the word sex. She says the word ecchi and like essentially tries to hint at the word hentai. Right. She doesn't she tries to imply sex. Right. Or uses like the wordplay to use a euphemism to say sex because she's afraid to say it. I want to point out that Ruka isn't forcing Kazuya here. She gave her own she gave her own consent and asked Kazuya to make the move. The choice is completely on Kazuya. Don't judge Ruka prematurely that she wouldn't accept if he refused. Kazuya can't know that if he doesn't try. What next? The teaser for next time is, I'm fine with it. I guess it'll be Ruka's answer when Kazuya asks her if she's okay with having sex with him. I have seen a lot of predictions for the current chapter promising that Ruka would find the list chocolate keychain ring or get angry. For the next chapter, I've already heard predictions expecting some kind of interruption, like Mini Mommy Chizuru calling or ringing the doorbell. I predicted that no interruption will happen. I'm also starting to drift to that a little bit. Weirdly enough, I'm also starting to drift to that a little bit. Like initially, I'm like, oh, it's Chizuru. I'm starting to drift to that a little bit too. No one's going to save Kazuya. Ask yourself if you need Ruka to discover the secret by accident, or if you need someone or something to interrupt this moment. Doesn't that mean you don't have faith in Kazuya that he will not just give in to Ruka? That's a fair question. Kazuya told Chizuru that he won't cheat on her, and he told Ruka before chapter 65 that he won't have sex with her if he didn't love her. Based on these statements, he can't have sex with Ruka. If he didn't love Ruka, he said he wouldn't have sex with her. But if he loved her even just a little bit, he would be cheating on Chizuru, and he said he won't do that. He cannot have sex with Ruka without betraying one of these principles. The question is, how much faith do we have that Kazuya is a man of principle, and we are sure that he values these principles as highly as we would like him to? We know. Oh, okay. So he's trying to build into, hey, Kazuya's gonna give in, and he's gonna do it. We know that Kazuya would lie and pretend just so he won't look bad or to avoid conflict. He lied to Chizuru, he lied to his friends, he lied to his family, and he lied to Ruka. He often told himself that he didn't want to hurt them or that he didn't want to cause problems. But is that actually why he lies? Kazuya knows that Ruka will be hurt and that she might cause problems if he breaks up with her. He also knows that this can't go on forever. Lying and pretending will either prevent Ruka from getting hurt eventually, lying and pretending will neither prevent Ruka from getting hurt eventually, nor will it prevent the problems she could cause. It will just delay the inevitable. Kazuya isn't lying so he won't hurt Ruka or not to cause problems. He's lying just so he won't have to deal with the conflict right now. He keeps putting it off in the hopes that some magical solution for his problems will appear and he won't have to deal with them at all. And that's kind of why I'm starting to agree with him. You know, that's kind of where I'm starting to agree with him that like there won't be an out. That I even started leaning into this when we were doing our analysis today. There's not gonna be an out. Kazuya is gonna do something that's gonna hurt Ruka, and she might end up in the fucking hospital because of him, because he didn't get to know about her fucking heart condition. He chose not to know, right? That's why I think Kazuya will do something that'll result in Ruka not being okay. That's kind of why I've been leaning into that. That's why like when we started this stream, I just completely drifted away from my theory that Minnie's gonna show up. I completely drifted away from that. I don't think that's actually fucking happening anymore, right? If that does happen, okay, I could see it working, but I like that I'm just like, no, I kind of don't really agree with that anymore, you know? Let's see.
Um, He's lying just so he won't have to deal with the conflict right now. He's putting it off in hopes that some magical solution for his problems will appear and he won't have to deal with them at all. He's lying to himself, finding all sorts of justifications and excuses for running away and not dealing with his problems. I think this trait is much deeper into Kazuya's character than people realize. It might be stronger than any other principle he might pretend to hold. I will repeat my pessimistic predictions from last chapter here, hoping that I misjudged Kazuya. Ruka was very clear with what she wants. She wants Kazuya to have sex with her. Kazuya should stick to his principles and refuse, but if he did, he would cause conflict. He would either somehow explain to Ruka why he won't have sex with her, the true reason he doesn't love Ruka and he promised Chizuru that he won't cheat, but he pretended that this relationship with Ruka was going well, so it wouldn't be unreasonable for her to assume he came to love her a little by now. She might get suspicious if he still wasn't interested at all. He can't tell Ruka either of the true reasons, and he won't find an excuse why he has to refuse. If his attempts fail to deflect this onto Ruka by trying to suggest that he can't possibly be okay for her, I expect him to feel like he has no choice but to actually have sex with Ruka. This is the only way to avoid conflict right here. I expect the avoidance trait to be so strong that Kazuya will start to find excuses to justifications for why it's okay for him to have sex with Haruka. He had no choice. It isn't really cheating if he doesn't actually love Ruka. It's to protect the secret. It's to protect the secret, protect Chizuru. He's doing it for Mizuhara, his favorite excuse. Kazuya would absolutely do it. That's what I think. Kazuya can prove me wrong and show me that he's better than I give him credit for. I have more faith in Ruka than in Kazuya. If anyone stops, it'll be Ruka. She might still get cold feet, and that would be fine, but my respect for her would increase dramatically if she stopped because Kazuya didn't seem comfortable. Let's see. He would need to explain to her why he won't have sex with her. Pretty easy. He isn't ready. She's still younger. She's in high school. So many reasons that don't involve Chizuru that if Ruka had a problem with it, she would show she had actually matured at all, which this chapter is leading up to believe. That's a decent guess. I agree with that. Kazi having sex with Ruka is as bad as Chizuru having sex with Umi. Something we all know won't happen. It would be betraying all the trust Chizuru has in Kazuya, and it would be irreparable. It's character suicide, and it's not going to happen. It would spell the end of the manga. And Kazuya, not a man of principle. Are you talking about the same character? Grossly misunderstanding the character. Yeah, I kind of like that's kind of where I like disagree with Varicus. I'm just like, I somewhat agree that Kazuya's principles are seemingly falling apart, but not so far apart that he would give in to this. This whole like literally, I liked what he wrote for the most part. That there's Kazuya won't get an out, that none of that will happen. But I still very adamantly disagree with this because it's literally the whole Chizuru thing all over again. It's literally the whole Chizuru thing with Umi all over again. It's the same fucking mistake he made. And even when I was thinking like, Chizuru and Umi are like friends and maybe something will happen that'll look like an TR and it isn't, I disagreed with his theory back then too. I disagreed with his theory back then too. So honestly, I don't know what to expect. I do know Kazuya has a very bad avoidancy trait. But whether Kazuya would give into this or not, I don't know. Kazuya's principles are a little all over the place. You do have to give Varicus credit where credit is due. He's kind of correct. Kazuya does have principles, but right now his principles are falling apart a little bit. Clearly so. He does have principles, but they are falling apart a little bit because Kazuya walks a very blurry line. That's actually Kazuya's entire issue as a character, is that he walks a very, very blurry line. Like, literally, everything he does with Minnie and Ruka borders on cheating. He would never outright cheat. That's where, like, I agree on the principle element. Kazuya would never outright cheat. Not intentionally. He would never outright do something that would bother him, you know? But he has blurred the lines a lot. He has blurred the lines quite a lot. You know, he's gotten very, very, he's always blurred the lines. The whole thing with Ruka is just blurring the lines completely, you know? Whereas Chizuru draws very clear lines. You know, Chizuru goes out of her way to draw lines because Chizuru knows how to set boundaries, whereas Kazuya fucking doesn't. You know, and this is something I also wrote about when it comes to boundaries. You know, let me see if I can find it. motif. Son of a mother. Just boundaries then. Latest. Son of a mother. No, go away. Who the hell are you? Let's see. Let's go to my profile. I think I wrote it there. There it is. It should be this one. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, this one. Okay, it has to be this one. Let's see here. This also puts Kazuya in a position of a rental boyfriend, in turn understanding Chizuru as well. Whereas Ruka can understand how the clients she had felt. Much of this is about self-reflection. Kazuya, in seeing how he led Ruka on, can see why Chizuru struggled so much. As Chizuru actively went out of her way to try and not give him false hope. Her words always told him to temper himself, not to mislead him, but because she didn't want to say yes, only for it to be a no. Completely counter to how he handled Ruka. To Kazuya, it's mixed signals, but it wasn't. This is something people don't seem to understand about rental. A big factor of it is the balance of not leading the person on, not giving them false hope it's real, but rather helping them find something real. This is why it always starts with money and an agreement before beginning. Chizuru understands this really well. It's why whenever she does something private with him, she makes sure it's off the clock, so a line is drawn, only for the lines to eventually blur, with Chizuru seeking the real thing but struggling to break the relationship free from fiction. Drawing lines is a big motif. 400 and 401 and 402 at this point show us Kazuya struggling with drawing clear lines of understanding and relationships, unable to do so with Mami, Ruka, and even Minnie in chapter 388 and 389. In contrast, Chizuru draws a line with Minnie in chapter 387 and 390, with Umi in chapter 394 and 395. It shows contrast. In learning to read the signs and draw the lines, Kazuya can understand what Chizuru was trying to tell him but felt she couldn't. She let him into her house. She let him touch her. She kissed him, and she agreed to a date and got very vulnerable with him. She wouldn't do that with just anyone. Those were all clear signs she was always very serious about him. She didn't kiss him on a whim. She didn't magically change her mind. In fact, when he learns about Hawaiians, he will realize how much he mattered to her. She isn't just in love with him, she wants to marry him. In fact, Kazuya's inability to read the signs and give proper signals is present from a very long time ago. His confession in 49, their talks on the balcony, Hawaiians, and even the rental dates. It's a big part of Chizuru's own confusion. It's even present in the 3 months. Kazuya in the 3 months kept thinking Chizuru hated him when she gave him no inclination. She didn't leave, change her schedule, or block him. She didn't respond to a text about a coupon. He didn't know she was at home when he knocked on the door, and she refused rental dates. Kazuya ignored how Chizuru might not agree to rental days considering Hawaiians. He doesn't wait in front of her door and try to talk to her in person. He doesn't consider her guilt. He just assumes. It's almost like Minnie wasn't necessary at all, since she easily solved it in a single day. Kazuya thinks she will hate him for being a stalker, except he literally did stalk her, and not only did their relationship survive, it got stronger. She didn't hate him. Instead, she saw him not for his mistakes, but for who he is. Kazuya saw what he wished to see, not what was there. So let's see. Pretty easy, he isn't ready. I agree, that should be pretty easy. He shouldn't need to explain any further than that. His own wishes matter. Him not wanting to have sex with Ruka is valid enough reason not to do it, no matter what Ruka wants. But when has Kazuya ever considered his own wishes valid? It should have been reason enough to break up with Ruka, and he didn't want her to be he didn't want to be her boyfriend anymore. The sad part is, I don't even expect Kazuya to try to refuse Ruka's request. I expect him to get so caught up in overthinking what excuse he could not go through with it that he will miss his opportunity opportunity to say no over it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, is like Kazuya may not even take an action, right? The choice will be decided for him, right? And I think maybe in doing so, Ruka may back off on her own. You never know. Again, I'm overly pessimistic here. I expect Kazuya to realize that he should say no. I just don't see him refusing Ruka. Narratively, I agree that it could be irreparably destroy Kazuya's character if he actually went through with it, because he could never undo that mistake. I don't see that happening, realistically. The closest I could expect to that point would be Kazuya already decided to do it and Ruka then stopped him, grossly misunderstanding the character. I hope you're right. I have a very bad track record with predictions, so you can decide to see me predicting the worst as a good sign. Hopefully I don't Kazuya as well. I thought he already tried breaking up with Ruka, but I guess he didn't try hard enough. Well, I kind of think so, yeah. I'm gonna be real. Kazuya actually didn't try hard enough. I've said this before. Like, literally, Kazuya tries to break up with Ruka, but he asks her to break up with him. He doesn't just draw a clear line and be like, Ruka, I'm sorry, I want to break up. I don't love you. I don't feel this is fair to you. And then if Ruka tries to touch him, he would literally push her away and not let her touch him. Do you see the problem? This is why I said that Kazuya did not draw clear boundaries with Ruka and let her physically interact with him. Look, you want to break up with someone, draw boundaries. Do not let them touch you. Do not let them get in your space. Make it clear you don't want to do this, right? You can say no, and you would be right in saying no. But if you don't draw clear lines with this person, you give someone an inch, they'll take a mile. It's literally how that works. Kazuya, unfortunately, kept giving Ruka a whole lot of inches. That sounded terrible. I hated that. That sounded terrible. Kazuya gave Ruka a lot of wiggle room, right? She was able to get in his space, hug him, kiss him, do fucking whatever. He let her, and he never told her that, he never drew clear boundaries with her. That's the issue. That's why Kazuya didn't try hard enough, in my opinion. Yes, he tried to break up with her, in my opinion, not hard enough. He should have just said, I'm sorry, this is not going to happen. Like, you have to draw better lines, you know? He got on his hands and knees and begged her. Not much more he can do. Yes, there is. You don't have to get on your hands and knees. You can just say, Ruka, I'm sorry, I want to break up. Just look her dead in the eye and be very clear and serious. You don't ask her. You don't ask someone to break up. Right? The issue is, Kazuya, look. When you break up with someone, you don't ask them to break up. That's a mistake. It's your choice. It's not their choice. Do you want to? It's a simple question. Do you want to break up? I'm going to zoom in just to emphasize this more. It's a simple question. Do you want to break up with someone? Right? Okay. Don't leave that choice up to them. It's your choice. It's not their choice. It's your choice. Okay? You have to take autonomy over your choice. You can't let them decide. You have to draw the line. You have to be very fucking clear about it. Kazuya unfortunately couldn't do that. It's not a declaration. It's literally just it's literally telling them what you want and what you're going to do. And you have to stick to your resolve and your determination. Kazuya tunnel visioned. The issue with Kazuya is that he tunnel visioned. He wanted to break up with Ruka. He never considered how Ruka would get in the way. He never considered drawing lines with her. He never considered how Ruka might try to stop him from protesting to Chizuru, right? He didn't draw any of these lines very clearly. He didn't communicate with Chizuru very clearly. There's a lot of issues because Kazuya was new to this and he had a lot of sense of privilege and he didn't know this wouldn't fucking work, right? The fact that he even asked showed that he didn't value his own wishes. Why did he think that he needed Ruka's approval to not be her boyfriend anymore? He told her that he wanted to break up. That was clear. That this was clearly his wish. Ruka got to overrule his wish because it isn't worth anything to him if Ruka doesn't validate it. I know what Ruka did. Kazuya had a lot of reasons to believe that Ruka will cause trouble for him, his family, and Chizuru, even if he doesn't get what, and Chizuru, if he doesn't give her what she wants. But this isn't going to change. No matter when or how Kazuya comes clean with Ruka, as I said, by giving her what she wants, he's only delaying the inevitable. He's not actually solving any of the issues. He's just avoiding to deal with the problem right now. But he already made his situation worse by dragging this out for so long. Ruka will be even more furious if she finds out that Kazuya has been pretending that everything was going smoothly for months instead of coming clean immediately. He knows that there's no way to avoid this confrontation forever, right? It's literally Hawaiians, but actually bad. That's the issue. This is literally Hawaiians, but actually bad. That's the point. Hawaiians was a white lie. Look, Hawaiians was a light lie. It's Kazuya's fucking relationship. He was trying to make his family happy. He thought he could make it come true and then address it afterwards and tell his family the truth. The way Kazuya was doing it in Hawaiians wasn't necessarily bad. The way Kazuya is doing it now is exactly what Mommy said. But if you remember what Mommy told Ruka, oh, so what? He gets with Chizuru and then you just have to take the L? That's pretty much what Mommy said to Ruka, and that's pretty much what he's doing now. But that's not what he was doing before. Right? What Kazuya is doing now is Hawaiians inverted or Hawaiians reversed, right? Where he's actually doing exactly what Mommy said. That's the issue. He's literally actually doing what Mommy said. That's the problem with how Kazuya is approaching it now, right? He's delaying an issue rather than just dealing with it head on. Whereas in Hawaiians, he actually always tried to deal with it head on. He always tried to solve it head on. It's just now he's not, right? Kazuya now is not the same character that he was back then. He's a different person, you know? He knows there's no avoiding this confrontation forever. He knows that he's making the situation worse by waiting, and he also knows that he would not be able to prevent Ruka if Ruka went berserk. Prevented if Ruka went berserk. Knowing all these things, the right choice would be to seek the confrontation deliberately and as early as possible to minimize the fallout and to maximize the control over the situation. But Kazuya doesn't do that. He tries to avoid the confrontation for as long as possible. I just wonder how far he's willing to avoid it. Kazuya literally doesn't want to take control over the situation. If he seeks confrontation, he has to be ready for the consequences of it. It would require a lot of balls from Kazuya to do that, considering his actions may cause the domino effect that will affect Chizuru's future. Believe me when I say I wouldn't want to be in Kazuya's shoes this time if he decides to be brave. I'm sorry, that's life, dude. You gotta make a fucking choice. You know, that you gotta make a fucking choice. Like, I'm sorry, like, you can't just decide everything for Chizuru's future. You have to be able to do something and be able to stick to it, even if it may impact someone else's future, you know, because they're a part of it, right? And if you want to control that, you have to try to control it. You can't just put it off. I can understand why Kazuya doesn't want to deal with Ruka. He can't know what's going to happen, so he doesn't feel ready for it. It's also a difference whether he actively caused the confrontation that ended up creating problems for Chizuru, or if it just happened by accident. He's afraid that Chizuru might blame him if he didn't try to prevent Ruka from causing problems, or if he even deliberately made that happen. He has no confidence in the validity of his choices or actions. He literally weighs it on someone else, like you were saying with Ruka. He needs validation. He literally needs validation that he's doing the right thing. He needs confirmation and validation that he's doing the right thing. He can't do it without that, you know, but that's not life. That's not how fucking life works. But that's the thing. He could justify having sex with Ruka just so he won't get suspicious and cause problems for Chizuru. He would always at least say it wasn't his choice to have sex. If he decides to refuse Ruka and she gets suspicious, she might cause problems for Chizuru. He doesn't want that. I still don't agree with this, but whatever. But he also doesn't want to cheat on Chizuru. The problem here is that he either needs to value his own wishes not to cheat, or he would need to assume that him having sex with Ruka will actually hurt Chizuru because he genuinely loves him and cares for him already. Does he actually believe that Chizuru loves him? Does he realize that his own wishes matter? Does he respect Ruka enough not to have sex with her if he doesn't love her? Just one yes to either of those questions could be enough to overrule the risk refusing Ruka proposes. I just don't have confidence that Kazuya could answer yes to either of these questions. The last question is the one he will try to focus on, but Ruka will very clearly tell him that she won't accept "I'm not having sex with you for your sake" as a valid reason. She will say that if she's fine with it, he would need to make the valid reason without Ruka's approval. That I agree with. This last part, completely agree with this. The last question is the thing Kazuya will focus on, but Ruka will very clearly tell him she won't accept "I'm not having sex with you for your sake" as a valid reason. She will say that she is fine with it. He would need to make that valid reason without Ruka's approval. Right? I totally agree with this. This just actually feels perfectly in line with what's going on. I still stand that Kazuya's relationship with Ruka began with Chizuru's involvement. It must end with her involvement again. Ruka needs to see that the switch had flipped with Chizuru. I like agree with this, but I don't. It feels more like Ruka is the one who has to face Chizuru rather than Chizuru have to face Ruka. That feels more accurate to me. He considers his wishes when he begged Ruka to break up with him, but she refused. Okay, well, we already went over this. I'm not gonna read all that. I honestly think Reiji is building up a final arc with Ruka. Okay, no, I agree with this. I don't agree with this. Reiji's not building up a final arc. We're gonna keep going for a fucking while. Reiji's not building up a final arc. We're gonna keep going for a good while. There's still a whole lot more to go. We're not done. We're not done anytime soon. What's this? Thank you so much for your explanation and feedback on the chapters. Each time I feel like I'm seeing a new version of the chapter I've just read. Thank you so much for all your hard work and all the little details that make the manga even more enjoyable. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. The amount of physical contact they've been having, it's staying platonic with many is not a foregone conclusion, more physical than even with Ruka. Let's see. Yeah, I will not be surprised if Minnie crosses a major line. She already has plactated out of the most intimate moment of Kazi enters her lives. Her getting drunk and pushing the envelope more seems to be the cards. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so I'm gonna call it here. It's getting late. I gotta sleep at like 9 or something. It's like 7:30 right now. I've been streaming for a while. I'm gonna edit this down and make it into video. I feel like we did a good fucking analysis. This was good shit. I'm gonna zoom in on myself. This was good shit. Today was a good stream. It was long too. It was like almost 5 hours. But I'm not gonna stay any longer. I'm not gonna make it a perfect 5 hours. I'm not in the mood. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe, like button, the bell icon, keep up with the uploads. Consider supporting me on Twitch, Patreon. Consider supporting me on Patreon. Consider supporting me on Patreon. I would literally appreciate it. It would make my life a whole lot easier to create content in the future. I plan to add a few things to Patreon. I've already like ironed out a few things I want to add. We stream on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and sometimes I stream on other days. So you're welcome to check out my schedule. Just keep track of, push the bell icon. You'll find out when I stream and stuff like that. Consider following me on Twitter, where I do a whole bunch of analysis that you saw me read here if you were actually watching. And of course, oh, join the Discord. Yeah, join the Discord. We have a Discord. Discord's cool. I haven't done much for the Discord. I should make a list for that too. So yeah, join the Discord. Do all that stuff. With that said, I've been Fate. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. And remember, let's mosey. Also, Ruka looks really cute here. She's adorable. Cutie patootie. Cutie patootie. Also a little hot. Also a little weird to feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that. Should I feel weird about that? Should I feel weird? Should I feel weird that I find Ruka attractive here? I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if I should feel weird about that. Good morning, dude. Good morning? Bro, I'm about to go to fucking sleep. Bro, I'm about to go to fucking sleep. Good night. More like good night. GG's. See ya later. GG, bro. See ya later. Take care. Okay. Have a good night, fellas. Cute chapter. I liked what Reiji's cooking. I'm excited for next time. I'll try to edit these down into videos and do other stuff like that. Take care. Have a good day. And remember, let's mosey. I'm gonna move Chizuru here. I'm gonna move myself here real quick. Whoop, 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 whoop. There we go. Watashi ga kita.